The Girl in Room 105, an unloved story, written by Chetan Bhagat. About Chetan Bhagat. Chetan Bhagat is the author of 8 best-selling novels, which have sold over 12 million copies and have been translated in over 20 languages worldwide. The New York Times has called him the best-selling author in India's history. Time magazine named him as one of the 100 most influential people in the world, and Fast Company USA named him as one of the 100 most creative people in business worldwide. Many of his books have been adapted into films and were major Bollywood blockbusters. He is also a Filmfare Award-winning screenplay writer. Chetan writes columns in Times of India and Dainik Bhaskar, which are amongst the most influential and widely read newspapers in the country. He is also one of the country's leading motivational speaker. Chetan went to college at IIT Delhi and IIM Ahmedabad, after which he worked in investment banking for a decade before quitting his job to become a full-time writer. Chapter 1. 6 months ago. Stop, my boy, stop, Saurabh said, snatching away my whiskey glass. I am not drunk, I said. We were in a corner of the drawing room near the makeshift bar. The rest of the coaching class, faculty and gathered around Aurora sir. They would never miss a chance to suck up to him. We had come to the Malviya Nagar house of Chandan Arora, owner of Chandan classes and our boss. You swore on me you wouldn't have more than 2 drinks, Saurabh said. I smiled at him. But did I quantify the size of drinks? How much whiskey per drink? Half a bottle. My words slurred. I was finding it hard to balance myself. You need fresh air. Let us go to the balcony, Saurabh said. I need fresh whiskey, I said. Saurabh dragged me to the balcony by my arm. When had this Fetso become so strong? It is freezing here, I said, shivering. I rubbed my hands together to keep myself warm. You can't drink so much, bye. It is New Year's Eve. You know what that does to me. It is history. 4 years ago, it is going to be 2018. Feels like 4 seconds ago, I said. I took out a cigarette packet which Saurabh promptly grabbed and did in his pocket. I pulled out my phone. I opened the contact details of my next intoxicant, Sarah. What did she say that night? I said, staring at Sarah's WhatsApp profile picture. We are done. That is what she said. What did she mean done? How can she say we? I am not done. Leave the phone alone. Bye. You may accidentally call her, Saurabh said. He lunged for my phone. I dodged to avoid him. Look at her, I said, turning the screen towards Saurabh. She had put up a selfie as her DP, pouting, hand on waist, the black sari a dramatic contrast to her fair, almost pink face. She didn't always have her picture as her DP. Often she would put up quotes. The let life not hold you back, Kins. Statements that sound profound but actually mean nothing. Her WhatsApp display picture was the only connect I had left with her. I was how I know what was happening in her life. Who wears black saris? She doesn't look that great, Saurabh said. He always did his best to help me get over her. I love Saurabh, my best friend, colleague, and fellow misfit in this crazy drive called life. He is from Jaipur, not far from my hometown of Alwar. His father works as a junior engineer in the PWD. Like me, he too didn't get placed after campus. Both of us worked our asses off at Chandhan classes, even as we hoped to get out of here ASAP. It is Sarah. She always looks great. I put it plainly. Saurabh shrugged. That is part of the tragedy. You think I am mad about her because of her looks? I think you should shut your phone. More than 3 years, dude. 3 crazy years, I know. Bye. If you promise not to drink anymore, we can go back in. It is cold here. What do you know? That you dated Sarah for 3 years. Want dinner? Screw dinner. More than 3. 3 years, 2 months and 3 weeks to be precise. You told me. Randivius, 2010 to New Year's Eve 2014. Yes, Randivius. That is when we met. Did I tell you how we met? I said my feet were finding it harder to find the floor. Saurabh held me tight to prevent me from falling. Yes, you have told me 50 times, Saurabh muttered. There was a debating competition. She was in the finals. Bye. You have told the story a zillion times, he said. I didn't care. He could hear it a zillion times plus 1. Chapter 2. A little over 7 years ago. Clash of the Titans. Debate finals. Randivius First, IIT Delhi, October 2010. She stood on the left podium. Her upright posture made her look taller than her 5 feet 3 inches. She wore a white salwar kameez and a fuchsia dupatta with silver piping. I should have focused on her debating skills rather than her attire. However, even her debate opponent paused for a few seconds to take in Sarah's stunning model-like looks. The seminar hall stage had a banner with the debate topic. Should public display of religion be banned? Sarah Lone was debating against Inder Das, the reigning champion from Hindu College. Both had reached the final of Clash of the Titans. The packed hall was waiting for the due to make their final rebuttals. Inder, with his loose kurta, curly hair and rimless glasses, looked like he had walked out of a Bengali art film. One of those where everyone waits for 5 seconds before the next dialogue. Last I heard, we are a free country, Inder said. Our preamble uses the word secular. The state will not discriminate or meddle in the provision of any religion. Article 25 through to 28 in our Constitution guarantee freedom of religion. Daman. People know the articles of the Constitution. I didn't even know. The Constitution had something called articles. I had no view on either side of the debate. I only wanted Sarah to win. I wanted to see her smile. Sarah raised her hand to object. However, she had to wait her turn as Inder wouldn't stop. Article 25 say, and I quote, Inder said and paused, fumbling through his notes. When people say, I quote, and pause, they come across as scary level intellectuals. Let us face it, nobody want to mess with the quote types. Either spoke again or rather quoted. All persons are equally entitled to freedom of conscience and the right to freely profess, practice and propagate religion. He paused again for us to digest that. Miss Sarah Lone, you are arguing not only against our culture but also against the Constitution. You not only want to take away our Diwali celebrations, you went to break the law too. He finished his speech and tossed his notes aside in disgust. I could smell his pomposity from where I sat. Inder shook his head as if to say, why are we even debating this? The crowd broke into applause. I had a sinking feeling. Would Sarah lose? All eyes turned to Sarah. She waited for the applause to die down before she spoke. My opponent seems to have a good knowledge of the Constitution. The compliment him for that, Sarah said. Inder smiled. However, ladies and gentlemen, we are here to discuss the right thing to do, not just to quote Constitution clauses we can Google in 2 seconds. The audience sat up straight. This petite fireball was not going to give up so easily. She continued, the Constitution is the foundation of our republic, but it can be changed. Have we not made constitutional amendments? 0 decibels, silence in the hall. So, the issue here is not what is written, but what need to written, she said. Yes, superb. Shabash. I blurted out louder. My voice echoed in the silent hall. Daman, I had thought more people would applaud. The entire audience, including Sarah Lone, looking at me. Thank you, she smiled at me, but save it for later. The 500 odd audience burst into laughter. The serious vibe curved a little, even as I went stiff. I wanted a power cut, absolute darkness and complete invisibility, so I could run out of the hall. Sarah went back to her argument. My friend only quoted Article 25 partially. Article 25 does say that all persons are equally entitled to freedom of conscience and the right to freely profess, practice, and propagate religion. But it also says subject to public order, morality, and health. How did my esteemed opponent miss out on that? So, if it bothers others, Inder said, interrupting Sarah, as a Muslim, would you stop the azan from being called on loudspeakers 5 times a day? Yes, I would. The audience let out a collective gasp. A Muslim girl saying this on stage had everyone's attention. Unfazed Sarah continued, you can still pray 5 times a day. Maybe have an app to remind you on your phone. Listen to the prayers on headphones, but don't impose them on the whole neighborhood. And I would appreciate it if you didn't say things like, as a Muslim, I am not here as a Muslim. I am here as a finalist in the Clash of the Titans debate competition. The applause was deafening. A few minutes later, one of the faculty members from the judging panel went up to the podium to announce the result. The debate were excellent today. However, to argue for restricting displays of religion is difficult all over the world, let alone India. You had the harder side, Miss Sarah, and you defended it with a logic and poise. Hence, the winner for this year is Miss Sarah Lone, a standing Ovation followed. Sarah came to accept the trophy. I clapped like a maniac. A fellow hostelmate egged me to whistle. Did I tell you I had the loudest whistle in IIT Delhi? I put my right thumb to my index finger in an O shape and brought it to my mouth. Teeth, my whistle, loud and shrill, suited a football stadium more than a debating contest. Many intellectual tags turned to me again, wondering why such a crass person had been allowed in here. My whistle caught Sarah's attention. She looked at me, trophy in hand, and smiled. I pulled out my fingers from my mouth. Dude, easy. She is your girlfriend or what? A guy next to me said, no, she isn't, but she will be. I wanted to say, after all, the universe had already decided it. I stepped out of the hall and walked toward the food stalls. Thanks for the cheering. I froze on hearing her voice. Sarah, I said, turning around. Yeah, nice college. Are you from here? Yes. How about you? I said, Delhi College of Engineering. Missed IIT by a few marks. Not smart enough. You demolished him in there. You are definitely smarter than me. We walked out onto the main road, which was dotted with food chaos due to the festival. As you guys walked, Sarah asked if you were hungry. You guys ate together. Exchanged phone numbers, Saurabh said, breaking my story narration. What? How do you know this? I said. A writer saw us out on the balcony. He came to us with a tray of drinks. Despite Saurabh's attempts to stop me, I picked up a glass of whiskey. Arey, bye, please. You ordered a plain soda. She ordered a paranda. The paranda wasn't good. You have her your soda. The rest is history. Let us go in. I am turning to ice here. He hugged himself. I took a big sip of whiskey. It went down my throat like a little ball of fire. Have a drink, I said. It will make you feel less cold. Not really. Alcohol actually leads to heat loss. It is heat coming out that makes your skin feel warm. Golu, seriously, stop the JE chemistry. It is New Year's Eve, I said. I brought the glass close to his mouth. He looked at me once, then with a great reluctance took a sip. Good job, my Golu, I said. So you know about the dosa too. You want to know about our next meeting, the first real date? Please no. Why? Let us hang out with the other staff inside. They already think we are antisocial. Screw them. We freaking hate this job, I said. How do you expect us to socialize? Let us talk to them a little bit. In a minute, I just need to make a call. I pulled out my phone. I opened Sarah's contact. Saurabh saw her picture. No, no. He reached for my phone. I ran ahead of him as he clumsily and unsuccessfully chased me. Bye, my cousin. You are not calling her. It is New Year. I can't even wish her. Why, no, he said as I shushed him. It is ringing, I said. I used my left hand to keep Saurabh at a distance and my right hand to hold the phone to my ear. 1 ring, 2 ring, 5 rings, 7 rings. Hello, I said as I heard a voice. Hello, Sarah, don't hang up, okay? The person you have dialed cannot be reached. Please try again later. It was the Airtel lady, the emotionless bitch. If only she knew how important this call was to me. Couldn't get through. Good. Leave it, Saurabh said. I dialed again. Same 7 rings. Same cold Airtel bitch. Stop it, bye. She will see all these missed calls and freak out. I don't care, I said. Once you have already faced the humiliation of giving the other person multiple missed calls, it doesn't matter if it is 2 or 3 or 7 or 10. That is why I dialed her 10 times, and this time it wasn't the Airtel lady. Hello, I heard Sarah's voice. Her one word alone made me feel better than any whiskey in the world could. Hey Sarah, I said, clearing my throat and stretching the hey longer than necessary. Saurabh let out a sigh of disappointment. I stepped away from him. Yes, Keshav, she said in measured tones. She sounded cold, colder than the Airtel lady. I wondered what to say next. I have been trying to call you, I managed to say. I know, and you should realize that if someone doesn't pick up the phone 10 times, then maybe they can't talk. 9 times, not 10. Anyway, are you busy? I said. I can call later. I needed an excuse to call her again and hear her voice another time. I heard music in the background. She was at a party too, maybe in the black sari. I wondered if her idiot loser boyfriend was with her. What is it, Keshav? Why have you called me? She said. I stepped to a corner of the balcony. Saurabh did not follow but kept an eye on me from a distance. I just wanted to say Happy New Year. Why are you interrogating me like this? I said. Hold on a second, she said, as her attention shifted from me to someone else at the party. Hey, I heard her say, you look lovely too. Sarah, are you there? I said, when I didn't hear anything for a long while. There are just too many people here. Anyway, you know what we decided, right? To be together forever and ever. I said, damn it. Why did I have to say that? What didn't we? When we went on our trip, New Year in Goa. That was a long time ago, Keshav. 6 years ago. 2011, New Year's Eve, I said. When the heart breaks, the part of the brain that stores data on past dates works perfectly. I meant when we broke up, we decided to not be in touch. Something you don't follow. It has been years since we broke up now. Okay, so kill me. Kill me because I called to wish you. Kill me because New Year's Eve make me remember you. Or kill me because it is the anniversary of the day we first made love. Keshav, stop it. Stop what? Thinking about you. I wish I could. I screamed. I so freaking wish I could. Saurabh came running to me. He gestured to check what the matter was. I shook my head. He motioned for me to put the call on speaker. I complied. Are you drunk? Sarah said in her soft, almost caring voice. How does it fucking matter? Drunk or not? I miss you, Sarah. What are you doing with that loser Regu? Stop calling him name, Keshav, and I have to go. Saurabh sliced his hand in the cold Delhi air, indicating I end the call. Of course, I ignored his sane advice. Oh, so protective of your Regu, I said, mocking his name. Regu, that is what they called him in hostels. You know that. I don't have to take this, Keshav, Sarah said. I am going to hang up. Don't call me back. So touchy for that freaking nerd. That nerd who loves his fuck all .com company more than anything else. He can never love you like I do. That fuckall.com company is one of India's hottest startups, and Raghu created it. Do you know its valuation? Why am I even telling you this? Sarah said, her voice irritated. So that is why you went to him for his money, I said. I went to him because I wanted to belong. I wanted a family, and you were running scared instead of manning up. You abused my folks. And what did your folks do? You have tried this before. It won't work. You can't provoke me. Now bye. Don't call me again or I will have to block you. Block me? Are you bloody threatening to block me? I had to stop mid-sentence because he had ended the call. Anyway, even I have to go. I said to nobody on the phone. She's cut the call. Bye. Saurabh said, fine. She hung up on me. Why pretend she didn't? I looked at Saurabh. I expected a slap. He came forward and hugged me. The whiskey rejection and his hug added up. I began to cry loudly. Bloody bitch. I will have to block you. I love her every minute and this is what she says to me. I said between sobs. Bye. You have to leave this girl. It has been too long, Saurabh said. I am so over her, I said. The biggest lie of the freaking millennium. Good. Shall we go in? Wait. I have to call her once more. I have to call her. I am over her. No, bye. No. Before Saurabh could react, I had dialed her number again. The phone rang. I expected her to cut the call. However, someone picked up. Yes, a male voice said on the other end, Daman. It was the lover of the century, Raghu. Oh, I said, Happy New Year. Listen, Keshav, I want to be civil. But I have to tell you to stop bothering Sarah. Fucker. Who was he? Her dad? Her watchman? And I want to be civil. Who talks like that? What the hell does that even mean? I am not bothering her, I said, trying not to slur. I think you are, and you do this regularly. I don't. It has happened many times in my presence. Please stop. I am requesting you, Raghu said, his voice poised and calm. He probably only had coconut water to drink on New Year's Eve. See, bro, I said, trying to figure out what to say next, the whiskey making it difficult for me to structure a logical, decent sentence. All I really wanted to say was, fuck off, Sarah is mine. However, even in my drunken state, I know that wasn't the best idea. Just to cut the call, I heard Sarah's voice over him. Bitch, to the power of 5. Yes, Keshav, Raghu said, his voice patient. See, bro, I repeated, can I speak to Sarah? She doesn't want to speak to you. How do you know? Give her the phone. She just told me. Now, can you let us be in peace? Happy New Year, bye. Listen, Raghu, I said, my voice dropping. What? Listen, Raghu, I will come and, I said, things I don't want to repeat here, mostly because I don't remember them. I think it involved me doing unmentionable things to Raghu's mother, sister and probably grandmother. I said all this in explicit Hindi, using words that would make even the truck drivers of Rajasthan blush. And I will take a danda, and I said as Saurabh took the phone from me. He cut the call and kept my phone in his pocket. What, Chudiappa, are you doing? Saurabh yelled at me, something he never does. I looked away from him as I realized what I had done. You were cursing Sarah, he said. Nope, only Raghu, I said. Have you lost all shame? Saurabh said. I just wanted to speak to Sarah. Asshole picked up. Because she doesn't want to talk to you, Saurabh said. I am fucking never ever calling her again. Saurabh shook his head and smiled sadly. I mean it. Why are you obsessed with this girl? May I have my phone back? I said softly. Saurabh patted his pocket. I am keeping it and I will smash your phone to the floor if you don't come in right now. We came back into Chandan's drawing room. Kamal sir, chemistry teacher in Chandan classes, walked up to us. Happy New Year G. Another year, another JEE, another round of students G. He said and laughed at his own joke. I touched my glass to his. Where were the two of you? Aurora G was asking. He said, sorry, I wanted some air. Saurabh said, and now some whiskey. I winked. Kamal Ji, will you get me a drink? Sure, he said. I will be right back. Saurabh glared at me after Kamal left. Stop, he said. Last drink. Can I have my phone back? Never. That wasn't cool, Keshav. How you shouted outside. Goluji, when you scold me, you look too cute. Your round face become red like a tomato G. I said. Stop it, he said. I moved forward him. Happy New Year G. Another year, another JEE. I said and tickled his paunch. I said, stop it. I dipped my hand into my trouser pocket to get my phone back. Never, he said, as he laughed and tried to push my hand away. You have become even more fat, Golu, I said, feeling his belly. You love your mithai? No? Better than loving what you can never have, Saurabh said, shoving my arm away. Chapter 3. Come in. The great Raj Purohit Sir, Chandan Arora said. His voice came out muffled because his mouth was full. The entire room reeked of pan masala, which had its epicenter at Chandan's thick lips. He chewed Gudka as he waved towards a seat. I sat down and waited while he finished chewing the various substances in his mouth. I stared at the picture on the wall behind him. In some photographs, he posed with past successful students along with their IIT admission letters, a framed fake and photoshopped certificate set in bold letters. Chandan sir, the ultimate king of JEE chemistry, something an ex-student had made for him. In another picture, a sunglasses wearing Chandan stood with arms folded on top of the main multi-story building at IIT Delhi. It signifies his conquering of the IIT entrance exam system. Chandan never made it to IIT himself. He used to be a chemistry professor at a Venkateshwara College in Delhi University. 10 years ago, he started taking JEE chemistry tuition in the garage of his Malviya Nagar house. Business grew and finally became Chandan classes. He now rented a 3-story house in Malviya Nagar in the same lane as his own home. 15 full-time faculty members worked for him. 7 of them were IITians, a fact he never stopped gloating over. Yes, I never did IIT. Now look, IITians work for me, was what he said. Parents of new students who were worried about Mr. Araro's credential. Sometimes he would put me out of classes for display. Look at him, IIT Delhi, 2013 batch. Now work for me, he would say, emphasizing the me once. I remember him saying, does he look like there is anything special about him? See, if he get into IIT, your child can too. Splat. The sound of a mouthful of spit and gudka being emptied into a dustbin brought me back to the present. So, Raj Purohit sir, how are your classes going? Apart from being an IITian zoo exhibit, I taught mathematics at Chandan classes, and today Chandan Arora had summoned me to discuss my work. Good, Chandan sir, I said with a fake smile. We just finished the calculus module. He slid a file toward me. Raj Purohit ji, he said, this is the feedback from your students. Some say you discouraged them for trying for IIT. No sir, he shut the file. Then why are they saying this? Sir, those must be the weak students. They rank last in every mock test. They have no aptitude for science. Parents are pushing them. I don't think they should be wasting their time trying for IIT. Chandan leaned back. His comfortable leather chair creaked under his heavy frame. We are not a career guidance center, Rajpuro sir. But they say they don't even want to do IIT. Their parents made them join here. So, who are we to interfere in family matters? Our job is to take classes. Sir, but I said before he interrupted me again. And I also note you have not brought new students. Sir, I am busy taking classes. You have to do marketing too. Meet new visitors when they come to the center. Convince them to join. You never do that. I hated it. I despised meeting parents, especially parents of kids who would never make it. The JEE exam had a selection rate of less than 2%. Hence, most who try for IIT fail. Of course, when you are selling coaching classes, that is not what you say. You make them dream that their son or daughter will get into IIT. Raj Purohit ji, sorry to say, but you need to be more a go-getter. Sure, I was in that. Whatever the hell go-getter mean, I will try, sir, I said. I swore to myself that I would update my resume and LinkedIn profile again. I deserved a better job. Damn it, I deserved a better life. What happened? The Gudka chewing asshole said something. Saurabh said, we sat on the tiny floor rug in the tiny living room of our tiny two-bedroom flat. I poured out 2 large peg of Blender's Pride. I had promised Saurabh I wouldn't drink for a month post the New Year's Eve debacle. I hadn't, in fact, it had been more than a week since that 1 month embargo had passed. Forget it. I handed him a drink. Something is the matter. You haven't opened a bottle for a long time. Is it the Kashmiri girl again? Sarah? No. I don't like taking her name. You sure? Saurabh said. I shook my head. He wasn't wrong to ask. Sarah was always on my mind. All it took was for me to see a DTC public bus on a route we used to take together. I would spend the rest of the day thinking about her, or I would see a girl in a salwar kameez, something Sarah liked to wear, and 5 more hours would be wasted. It felt like my brain had rewired itself. All neural passages led to Sarah. I noticed the ice in my whiskey glass, which related to snow. Snow happens in Kashmir, hence Sarah. I could see our coffee table made of would come from trees. Sarah liked nature, including trees. There, my brain could lead from anything to Sarah. And yet I wasn't drinking because of Sarah today. I took a big sip as Saurabh remained silent. Men know when not to probe. I finished my first glass and poured a second drink for both of us. I gave the glass to him. I will join you as long as you keep it under limits, Saurabh said. I need it tonight. You can tell me what the matter is if you want to. I hate my job. Me too. Tell me something new, he sniggered. We can't be stuck in Chathen classes forever. We went to IIT, for God's sake. You did. Bye. I am a simple NIT Wala from Nagpur. You are no less though. Why are we stuck in this idiot's coaching center? That asshole Chathen said something. But there is more. What? I blew 2 interviews. Which interviews? Saurabh sat it straight. Okay, I am sorry. I applied a few companies. I saw the ad on LinkedIn. You never told me. Sorry, I mean to. I thought, let something happen. Out of 10 places, only 2 called me for interviews. Both sent a rejection on the same day. Boo, Infosys and Flowtech, a small software company in Gargan. I thought I did alright. Bloody hell man, body shop sending Indian programmers to Dubai. They didn't give me a job. I finished my drink bottom up. Screw them, Saurabh said after a pause. They asked me why I joined a coaching center after IIT. There is a stigma, coaching classes on our resume, like we suddenly became unfit for corporates, Saurabh said. Updated your LinkedIn? Nothing to update. I opened Saurabh's LinkedIn profile on my phone. At least put up a good picture. You look like a child molester. Show me, Saurabh said and took the phone. And you look like a member of a dance troupe. Why is your earring visible? You think that help it a job? I took the phone back and looked at my picture. It is my Rajasthani culture. No tech company want a gift with jewelry. I kept my phone on the table. We suck. We can't even put up a nice profile picture, sir. That is why I tell you, start eating gutka, enjoying Chathen classes and your meaningless life. I glared at Saurabh. Sorry, yes, we won't give up. Saurabh switched on the TV and changed the channel to the news. The primetime story was about police lathi charging girls at a Banaras Hindu University campus. The girls' fault? They were protesting because they didn't want to be molested. Are they serious? That is the UP police hitting girls during a silent, non-violent protest, Saurabh said. Sir, I liked to attend protests too. My brain flashed a thought. My neural circuit was at it again. I lapsed back in time to several years ago when we had an activist date. Chapter 4, 7 years ago. How is going for a protest at Jantar Mantar? A date? I said. We came out of the Barakamba Road metro station in Connaught Place and walked towards Parliament Street. She tied her hair up in a bun with a hairpin in her mouth. She said, thanks for joining me. I means a lot. What is the protest about exactly? I said. She had told me on the phone that it had something to do with Kashmir. With great effort, I had gathered the courage to call and ask her out after Renandas. She had teased me, asking if I was actually asking her out on a date. I gambled with a yes. I told her we could go wherever she wanted. Well, she chose a protest. The Indian Army is committing atrocities on civilians in Kashmir. We were gathering to protest against that. Like most people around me, I had little idea about the Kashmir issue. I knew Pakistan wanted it. India would never give it up, and some people in Kashmir didn't want to be with either country. It mattered little to me. This was just a chance to bunk classes and spend the day with Sarah Lone, the most beautiful, smart and articulate woman in the world. We reached Jantar Mantar. Around 50 students sat outside the monument. They held placards. Stop innocent killing in Kashmir. Pellet guns blind protesters. Stop using them. Indian Army. Stop atrocities on Kashmiris. Sarah walked ahead of me. She went up to a small group of protesters. They stood up to hug her. She introduced me them. Afsana, Sahir and Karim. Sarah said, "Meet my friend Keshav." I shook hands with them. Now I am not communal or racist or anything. However, let me just say this. The current situation was a little different from what I was used to back in my hometown, Alwar. We don't really mix with people of other religion. My mother might have fainted seeing me in a crowd of Muslims. My father's friend circled almost entirely from the RSS. Hence, we don't really know many Muslim anyway. Razak, Salim, Ismail. Sarah introduced me to some of others. I shook hands and smiled. I noticed their somewhat surprised expression when they heard my name or when they noticed my earring. One of them gave me a choice of placard to hold. I took the relatively safe Peace in the Valley sign. I clasped my banner in my arm as all of us sat down on the ground. Sarah looked at me and smiled. "What?" I said. "Thanks for coming and supporting me." Yes, I was supporting her to be with her, but was I supporting the protest? I don't know. What exactly is going on? Anyway, I said. Last week, the Indian Army fired pellet guns to disperse protesters in Kashmir. One protester may turn blind. That is terrible, I said, shocked. Yes, this need to stop. Kashmir need peace. But why did the army shoot pellet guns? Because that is what they do, Ismail said. He shook up along with his friend and walked away to shout slogans. Sarah spoke to me when nobody was around. It is not that simple actually, she said. The protesters threw stones at the army. Why? I said, confused. Because they don't like the Indian army. But why? The army has to find terrorists in Kashmir. Terrorists go mixed with civilians. Sometimes in hunting terrorists, civilians get harassed or hurt. So they hate the Indian army. What else is the army supposed to do? Not hurt innocent people for sure. Why are they firing pellet guns? What would you do if someone threw rocks at you? You don't understand, Sarah said. It is complicated, this Kashmir thing. I really don't understand. I could have argued with Zara, but I didn't know much about the issue. Sarah was a professional debater, and most importantly, I wanted to have a real chance with her and not blow it over some stupid politics. You are absolutely right. Maybe you can tell me more about Kashmir if we meet again, I said. We will, she said and squeezed my hand. I touched, initiated by her in good, I told myself. As the slogans became louder, Sarah leaned over and whispered in my ear, listen, I simply want peace. Violence is never good on either side. I love India. I love Kashmir. I nodded and smiled at her. Kashmir needs progress. That is why I want to finish my studies and teach there. Education will bring peace. Nothing else. You want to do a peaceful dinner later? I said. She laughed. I took it as a yes. 3 months later. Did we have to wake up at 5 o'clock? I am so hangover. How far is this place? I said, trying to catch my breath. See that Donna Paula statue on top of the rocks. We were going there. 10 more minutes, Sarah said. I carefully placed one foot in front of the other on the black rock as we walked towards the point where Sarah wanted to see the first sunrise of the year. We came to Goa to chill. Is it even legal to wake up so early here? I said. Sarah laughed. Seriously, we had such an amazing night, I said. And what is this now? A punishment? We had come to Goa for our first holiday and to celebrate New Year's Eve together. Sarah and I had made love the night before and had hoped to cuddle in bed all day and tell her how much I loved her. Of course, it is hard to profess undying love to someone who sets a 4 a.m. alarm. It will be worth it, Mr. Sarah said, walked 10 steps ahead of me. Donna Paula is located along the sea near Panjim in Goa. The rocky terrain lies close to where the Suwari and Mandovi rivers meet the Arabian Sea. It took us 45 minutes from our hotel to reach the white statue of a couple made famous by several movies. We sat on top of large rock, the sky still dark. We are facing west. The sun rises in the east, I said. I know, Sarah said. It is the new year. When daylight breaks, I want to witness it with you, holding your hand. She undid my fingers with hers as we stared at the empty dark sky and the sea. I thought about last night, probably the best night of my life so far. There was a hint of pink in the sky. Happy New Year, my love, Sarah said, taking my hand to her lips. My love, Happy New Year, I said. We kissed and didn't stop till the entire sky was lit up. I looked at her face. Would I ever get used to so much beauty? Why do you love me? What? Sarah said and laughed. Are we finishing? Seriously, why? You are beautiful, intelligent, fun and articulate. You can get anyone. Why me? Well, I think you are handsome. I am serious, Sarah. I didn't want to be humored out of this, Sarah exhaled as she spoke after a pause. Well, it is hard to find a man who can acknowledge a woman's intelligence and be genuinely okay with it. What? I am serious and I like your innocent politics. But I don't like politics. I know you are not left wing or right wing or this ideology or that, and yet you are naturally a good person. No sexist, not communal, not based, just a nice gay. I nodded and smiled, but the real reason is the earring. What? For some strange reason, I find it really hot. Come here, you. Sarah reached out for me again and the Donna Paula statue, I swear, winked at me. Bye. Where are you? Saurabh snapped his fingers in front of my eyes. I looked at the TV screen, even though my mind had just played a Jantar Mantar video from the past. Oh, I said, I am here only. What did you say again? I said this country has gone mad. Listen to the college VC. He is saying we can't take every girl's complaint seriously. Idiot, I said, my mind still in Donna Paula. Lost in thoughts of her. Saurabh rolled his eyes. I can tell from your face. I am always thinking of her. I wanted to say, it is just the whiskey, not just the whiskey. I know the date today. Why? Saurabh said and leaned back on the sofa. What date? I said. I opened my phone to check. Thursday, February the 8th. In a few hours, it would be February 9th, Sarah's birthday. Oh yes, of course. Wow, I actually didn't think about that today, I said. That is a first, Saurabh said. Congrats. You are feeling like shit. But at least for other reasons. I did remember it too 2 days ago though, I said. She turns 27. I kept my glass down, pressed the side of my head with both palms, trying to squeeze her out of my thoughts. I didn't want to remember her. How we spent her past birthday together. How I climbed up the mango tree and entered her hostel. to her windows. I did this while balancing a cake and flowers in the hand. How we spent the rest of the night in bed, legs untied, imagining a life together, or at least I did. Sorry, I shouldn't have brought her up. I didn't realize it wasn't on your mind, Saurabh said. I shook my head, still squeezing my temples. It is okay, I can handle this. Just don't call her. Remember last time? My hands left my head. They had to carry whiskey to my mouth. I am not calling her ever. I can't be humiliated anymore, I said. A part of me was dying to see her DP on WhatsApp. Maybe she had a new one for her birthday. The one last week had a selfie of her and Regu, arms wrapped around each other. I just hoped she had changed that picture. Hell, I didn't want to hope for anything I wasn't going to look. Saurabh nodded slowly, not believing what I had just said. Take my phone away if you want, I said. No, why? I trust you, Saurabh said. In fact, to celebrate this new strength of yours, let us have one more drink. He refilled our glasses. The blender's pride bottle had reached the halfway mark. I checked the time. It was 11:30. Fine, I could do this. I could just enjoy drinks with my friend on a Thursday night and not call her, even on her birthday. I had felt this control for the first time in a year. The last 4 birthdays of hers since our breakup, I had called her first thing at midnight, of course. She didn't answer the phone 3 out of the 4 times. The one year she did pick up, she said she had family around and couldn't talk. I told her I had only called to wish her. All she said was a lame, cold thank. One shows more warmth before ending a wrong number call. Is it that easy for some people to move on? To go from one person to the next like switching TV channels? Sure, the breakup was partly my fault, but could she get over me so easily? Why was I not over her then? Like there was a defect in my head. It just wouldn't let go. And why was I thinking of her again? I checked the time. It was midnight. My body tightened as it prepared to fight an impulse. The impulse to pick up the phone and call her, to tell her I still love her, and to give me one more chance. Please, please. I tried to bring my focus back to the present moment. My drink was over. There was no more ice on the table. It gave me something to do. I went to the kitchen, took out ice from the freezer. I returned and made another drink. 12:10. Wow, I had made it, thankfully. Saurabh came up with a new topic, that Chathen is having an affair. No. Who would sleep with him? I said. That secretary of his, Sheila auntie. I grinned. Are you serious? She is like 50 years old and what, 100 kilos? Good enough for our men. The bigger the better, Saurabh said and laughed. Sheila auntie and Chathen. That is one gross visual. Nobody asked you to imagine them, Saurabh said. We began to giggle. I had known Sheila auntie since I had joined Chathen classes. She often shared her tiffin with me. Last I heard, her married son's wife was going to have a child. She gave me bindi yesterday, I said. That is how I imagine her, the woman with the tastiest lunch. How you are telling me. Wait, gross. How do you know? I went to give her that weekly attendance report. Her phone was lying open next to her. Chathen had sent her WhatsApp messages. What messages? Those kiss emojis and a few of the red lips. Maybe the idiot doesn't know what those emoji means. Sheila ji, you are too beautiful. I had said next. What? I said. No way. He could have just. Next was. Sheila ji, can't wait for tonight. Saurabh said. I saw it by sideways, but I saw it. Wow. Where do they do it? Where else? Haven't you seen? The sofa in his office? Yuck. I had sat on that sofa so many times. Hope that they wipe it afterwards, Saurabh said. Shut up, I said. I will never sit in that office again. You think he makes Sheila wipe the mess afterwards? Because, well, she is his secretary. The alcohol made everything seem extra funny. Saurabh and I went hysterical with laughter. The little scandal in our boring workplace had added a spark to our super dull life. Saurabh laughed too hard. He slid off our slippery fake leather sofa. He said he wondered if Chandhan spat out the gutka before they kissed. This time I laughed so much, I, too, slid to the floor, holding my stomach. Bye, look, Saurabh said, and shook the almost empty Blender's Pride bottle. Okay, we had too much. What time is it? It is almost 2 by. Oh, we discussed sexy Sheila and stud Chandhan for so long. They are probably doing it in the coaching center right now, Saurabh said. Shall we go check? Imagine if we walk in. We will say, we just came in, pick up some notes. Let us go, Saurabh said. The coaching center was a 5-minute walking from our house. Somehow, in our intoxicated and confident state, we felt a sting on Chandhan was an amazing idea. Yeah, let us, I said. My phone beeped. I had a message. After a few seconds, it beeped a few more times. Who is messaging me so late? Must be some phone company message. Buy more data and shit, he said and put his head sleepily on my shoulder. Why the hell do they message so late? My eyes began to droop shut. The phone beeped again. Damn you, I picked up the phone. I cracked open my right eye to look at my logged home screen. 5 new WhatsApp messages from Sarah Lone. I shook my head in disbelief. Was I that drunk? I rubbed my eyes and read it again. I had read it right. I shook my shoulders to wake up Saurabh. Golu, get up. I said, see this. What? I don't freaking want their extra 5 GB. Bye. Let me sleep. Saurabh, see the screen. Saurabh groaned as he lifted his head. Sarah messaged you? Yeah. Did you message her first? No. I swear, I am drunk. But I didn't. We were talking about Chandhan and Sheila. I haven't touched the phone. Oh, he said and fell silent. Should I open it? Saurabh picked up a Bisleri water bottle from the table. He drank with a big, loud, annoying and slow glugs. Tell me, Golu, I said. Of course, bye, Saurabh said, wiping his mouth. What kind of a question is that? You won't check your own phone? I opened my WhatsApp and saw her messages. So you don't even wish me anymore, said the first. The rest followed. It is my birthday. I hope you remember. Just was surprised you didn't wish me. Anyway, don't know why I was thinking of you. I guess you are busy. She had a new display picture. It was a solo black and white selfie. She looked as stunned as ever. I saw her chat status was online. Golu, what is this? Saurabh, read the message. Either she has realized your value or she just misses the attention, Saurabh said. Should I reply? I said, I don't know. Saurabh yearned. I am sleepy. This is important, Golu. I need your clear thinking. I am too involved and too drunk. Wait, Saurabh said. Let us wash your face. Come back to our senses. We struggled to reach the bathroom. We splashed our faces with chilled water. Are you there? She sent another text. She must have seen the double blue ticks after I had read her messages. Golu, what do I reply? I said, whatever. Just have a normal conversation. So bloody insightful. Yes, I replied. She didn't respond for a few seconds. I saw the typing message which went and came back as she corrected herself. I miss you, she said. A tremble ran through me. Saurabh saw the message. I stepped away from him. I wanted his advice, but I didn't want him to see all my private conversations. Oh, I texted really. Yes, life is quite incomplete without you. I heard a retching sound. Saurabh had poked on the coffee table. Some ambience for a romantic chat. Sorry, Saurabh said. I will clean it up. He went to the kitchen. I turned back to my phone. You serious, Sarah? You know what that meant to me. I do. I tried to be, though, and cut you off. It doesn't work. I miss you. What about Raghu? Saurabh wiped the table with a washcloth. Everything okay, he said. I raised a thumbs up to him. Raghu's a nice guy. Very nice. But he is not the one, Sarah replied. I choked up as I read her message. Yes, I still had a chance. Thank you, God. I miss you too. So much, I replied. Yeah, right. That is why you forgot my birthday, she added, an upset emoji. I didn't, baby. I had to control myself to not wish you. Don't be upset. I am kidding, she said, along with her favorite laugher with tears emoji. Lord, can I call to wish you? Why call? You are not going to wish me in person? I kept my phone aside. I folded my hands up to the sky. Divine intervention had just taken place. She herself wanted to see me. Of course I do. When? In the morning. How about now? I checked the time. What? It is almost 3. Where are you? In my room. Himadri. You are in the hostel on your birthday? Didn't go home? We'll go tomorrow. There is a party, family mostly. Where is Raghu? Hyderabad. Oh, you want to step out? Can you? It is difficult to leave the hostel at this time, but you can come if you want to. How? Oh, someone's forgotten. How? They did climb trees to come wish me. Haha, that was years ago. I miss those days. Me too. I guess you can't do all that now. You have passed out of college. What? It is okay. You don't have to come. I can. I will come now. It is too late and could. Risky too. You aren't a student anymore. Is your room still 105 facing the mango tree? It is okay. We will meet later. She had called me K after years. I even missed her abbreviations. Just tell me your room number, Sarah. Of course, it is still 105. I love my room. Why? Nothing. See you in half an hour. She sent a green smiley back. She knew me enough. I would never give up a challenge or a chance to meet her. I kept the phone in my pocket. Saurabh lay flat on the sofa. Wake up. We have to go. I yelled into his ear as I shook his shoulder. Chapter 5. This is insane. Completely insane. Saurabh kept chanting. His teeth chattered as he sat pillow on his bike. Ready, I said, putting on my helmet. It is freezing. Zip up your jacket. It is late. We are so drunk. Why do we have to go now? It is Sarah, Golu. She herself invited me on her birthday. Meet her in the morning. I am sleepy. Bye. He rested his head on my back. I kick-started the bike. The vibrations of my Enfield woke him up. You are not even a student anymore. How will you get into the campus? Saurabh said. His voice vibrated along with the bike. I have my old ID. We left the compound of my house and headed out towards the outer ring road to reach IIT main gate, a 10-minute drive. Slower by, Saurabh said. He held my shoulders tight. My stomach doesn't feel so good. Don't puke on me, okay? Tell me to stop if you need to. Slow down. Anyway, there could be cops. Saurabh was right. We had so much whiskey inside us. The cops' breathalyzer would probably blow up. A police checkpost came up ahead, 200 yards before IIT main gate. A cop signaled us to slow down. Damn it, we are dead, Saurabh said. Wait, I said. I slowed down the bike as if to comply with the policeman. I brought the bike to a halt a few steps from him. However, I did not shut the ignition. Two other cops walked toward me. In a second, I put the bike into first gear and zoomed off. I could hear the cops scream from behind. What the hell was that? Saurabh said and turned around. They have a bike too. They will chase us. Take out my ID. It is in my jacket pocket. Quick. As Saurabh fumbled and pulled out my old IIT student card, I reached the gate. Keshav Rajpurohit, Kumayon Hostel, I said, with the same confidence as when I was a student. I didn't remove my helmet. ID, the security guard said. Saurabh flashed my old ID. He did the valid until date with his fingers. It is amazing how even under alcohol's influence, the brain knows how to cover it us from authorities. The IIT security guard let us in. I tore into the campus. I took the road toward the institute building on the way to Himadri Hostel. Are the cops coming? I said. Saurabh looked back. No, they stopped outside the main gate. They never come inside campus, I said and grinned. The cops were familiar with IIT students who often took their bikes for a spin outside at weird hours. For the most part, they left them alone. Terrible idea. Anyway, now the cops have your bike number. They won't care. How do you plan to get inside Himadri? Saurabh said, like I used to. Mango tree. Seriously, bye. You are not a student anymore. You won't just get into trouble with profs. You will go to jail. Relax. I parked the bike 50 meters away from Himadri. The main entrance of the girls' hostel had 24-hour security. A patrolling jeep also took round every hour to check if the guard had dozed off. The mango tree at the back was the only way I could get in. Room 105 was the corner room on the first floor of Himadri. It was somewhat cut off from the other rooms and was where Sarah had been staying from the time she joined IIT 5 years ago. It had a big window with a lush green mango tree outside. Fortunately for Sarah, when she had joined IIT as a PhD student, the much in demand room had become available. We used to call 105 our little home, as this was where we met most of the time. I never took Sarah to my hostel. Forget the rule, which did not allow girls. I was also aware of how female deprived the boys there were. Walking in with a Sarah and looking the door of your room, that would just rub salt in their wounds. Of course, I was not allowed into Himadri as well, which was a strictly girls-only hostel. However, if you were reasonably agile, the tree outside room 105 had used, apart from yielding delicious mangoes every year, at least one night a week, I would climb it. Once at first floor height, I would jump across through the window of 105 and I leave before daylight. Nobody ever found out that Sarah had a male visitor. The whole system worked beautifully, of course, until we broke up. Saurabh and I walked towards the back of Himadri to reach the mango tree. I removed my jacket. So, this is how you used to, Saurabh started. But I interrupted him. Shh, low volume, please. Where is her room? Saurabh whispered. I pointed at her window. What if you fall? Done it a dozen times. I waved my hand early with blunder's pride in your blood. Relax, I am fine. I twisted my body side to side as warm up. I clasped the trunk with my hands and lifted one leg up to the first branch. I had done this so many times. My movements were reflexive. Once up on the tree, I looked down at Saurabh. We whispered to each other's. You wait here. If anyone comes, cough, I said. How will that help? That is true. I won't. Okay. If anyone comes this way, distract them. Give them some reason why you are here. What is a coaching class tutor doing at a girls' hostel at 3:15 in the morning? I don't know, I said, brushing leaves off my face. Bye. You haven't thought this through. It is fine. Nobody will come, I said and looked up. I climbed a few more inches and looked down at Saurabh again. Damn, big problem, I said. Saurabh's face drooped. What? Saurabh said. I didn't get her a gift. Seriously, bye. That is your big problem. I am meeting her after years on her birthday with no gift. Send her an Amazon voucher letter. Now please go up. Just get it over with. No gift, no cake, damn. I mumbled, pulling myself up with my arms. I noticed that my fitness levels had dropped. I guess teaching maths at Chandhan's classes didn't keep me as fit as when I was the volleyball captain at IIT Delhi. I reached Sarah's window. She had kept it slightly ajar for me, just like she used to. I stretched out my hand to push the window wide open too. I could enter. The room lights were switched off. Maybe she had gone back to sleep, or maybe she was pretending to have done so in order to enhance my surprise. Sarah had a bit of crazy in her, just as I did. At least she used to. Maybe that is why we connected in the first place. The branches had grown since I last climbed them. Instead of jumping into the room as before, I simply hooked on one leg over the window sill. I held the window frame with my hands and pulled the rest of my body in. Happy birthday to you, I sang softly as I shut the window. I tiptoed into the room, my eyes adjusting to the darkness. I only heard the mild hum of the convection heater in response. Happy birthday, dear Sarah, I continued to sing, standing near her bed. She is the one who had invited me. However, I couldn't presume she would be okay with me sliding under her sheet and hugging her like old times. No, I couldn't just cuddle her. We weren't together anymore, I reminded myself. But she did say she missed me. A voice in my headset. I took out my phone and switched on the torch. The white LED light lit up wherever I pointed it. I saw Sarah in bed, fast asleep. The quiet almost covered her face. Sarah, I said, my voice soft. I did not want to startle her. It is Keshav. I am here, I whispered again. She didn't react. I found the bedside lamp's switch with the help of the phone flashlight. Watery light filled the room. Sarah lay in bed, covered in her white kilt with pretty pink flowers printed all over it. "Hey, birthday girl," I said. "It is me. I am here to wish you." No reaction. "Okay, nice acting. Very cute," I thought. I looked around her room. She had a bundle of white paper sheets, probably study material, on her bedside table. Her iPhone lay on top of the study material and was connected to a charger, like always. Sarah had Johnson's baby lotion next to her. She applied it on her face and body every night and always smelled like a baby. "Hey, Johnson's baby," I said. "Wake up." I placed my hand on her shoulder over her kilt and shook her gently. She didn't move. Had she been drinking too? Maybe those were drunk messages, I thought. Is that what made her call me? Her room? She sounded pretty articulate though. Was she acting? Was it her way of making me wait, or maybe even making me get into bed with her without actually asking? My mind grappled with alternatives. It was so hard to be a guy and choose what action to take with a girl sometimes. A part of me wanted to be bold and go for it. Slide into bed with her, kiss her happy birthday. What voice? I okay. Maybe not on the lips but on the forehead. Forehead kisses are fine, right? Another voice said. No, don't ruin it. She is called you over. Let her decide the pace. A counter voice, total killjoy, said with reluctance. I chose retrained. But acting or not, I had to wake her up. I shook Sarah's shoulder again, this time with more force. She didn't budge. I pulled the kilt away from her face. She lay there still, as if in deep sleep. Okay, Sarah, enough jokes. I came to wish you in person. Happy birthday. She didn't react. Are you going to wake up? I said. No answer. Sarah, I know what will work. I will slip into bed with you. That will make you wake up. My breath caught on a laugh. She still didn't respond. So I bent to push her a bit to make space for me. It felt heavy. Sarah, I said this time, my voice loud. Are you okay? I touched her forehead. It felt ice cold. My heart pounded hard. Something was wrong. I pulled the kilt down further from her face. Her neck had dark red marks on it. Sarah, baby, I said. I touched her cheeks, eyes and ear in quick succession. Everything felt cold. Wake up, I said. I don't know to whom in particular. I switched on the main light in the room. The light from the bright 100-watt bulb made me scrunch my eyes at first. However, it also let me see Sarah clearly lying absolutely still. Sarah, I called out loud. I brought my fingers close to her nostrils. I felt nothing. I had seen in movies how they check someone's pulse. I lifted up Sarah's thin, cold wrist. No pulse. I tried checking it a few more times. Nothing. Sarah was dead. I felt nauseous. I needed air. I stood up and pulled the window wide open. I looked down. Under the moonlight, I could make out Saurabh. He stood there, shifting his weight from one leg on the others. He noticed me at the window and waved to check what was going on. He pointed a finger down, suggesting I come back. I couldn't respond. I tried to throw up but couldn't. Confused, Saurabh threw up both his hands in exasperation. I turned back into the room. No, my Sarah couldn't have died. It was a bad dream. I stood still and stared at her body, hoping she would wake up. The phone vibrating in my pocket jolted me. I picked up Saurabh's call. He spoke in a naughty, teasing voice. Bye, what is going on? You went back in? Getting lucky? Should I stay or leave? Saurabh, I said and stopped. Yes, Saurabh came up. What? Just come up. Why are you calling me? To your girlfriend's or ex-girlfriend's room. I beg you, Saurabh, come up, I said, close to tears. He sensed something was wrong. Will Sarah be fine if I come up? Come, I said and hung up. I went to the window again. I pointed the phone flashlight at the tree trunk to help him. He looked around nervously and lifted a leg to climb. The mango tree creaked. They are designed for monkeys. After all, not overweight 90-kilo humans. Careful, now put the left foot on the next stump, I whispered as he reached closer. Fortunately, nobody heard the commotion on the tree. It's late at night. He placed his leg across the window. I pulled him in. What is going on, Bhai? He said. I shut the window and bolted it from inside. He saw her lying in bed. She is sleeping, he whispered. You haven't woken her up yet? She is dead, I said. Saurabh jumped back a step. What? He screamed. Keep it quiet. It is a girls' hostel. Male voices should not be heard here. I released my grip. Saurabh coughed as he spoke again, this time in normal volume. Are you sure? Saurabh said. Maybe. She isn't well. She is gone. Her body feels like ice. She isn't breathing. Look at her face, I said. He noticed the red marks around her neck. How did she die? He whispered. How the hell do I know? This is how I found her. But she just messaged you, Saurabh said, pacing up and down the room. Yeah, I said. I opened my phone again. Yes, this wasn't a dream. I heard her messages. She missed me. I wanted me to wish her in person. I sat down on Sarah's study chair. I examined her face, as calm as sleeping babies. The love of my life had died, but the shock of it all meant I couldn't feel any pain. What do we do? Saurabh said. No clue, I said. But sit down, please. Your pacing is making me nervous. I am so scared, Saurabh said. I felt fear too, but I couldn't have a meltdown like him. Someone had to think. I have never seen a dead body before, Saurabh said, as if I hang out with the corpus all the time. Why? Do something. Shut up, Saurabh. I am thinking what to do. Do you have any idea? No, bye. We should have never come here. We were happy at the booze party in our apartment. I said before itself that it is a terrible idea. He continued to rant, jamming my thoughts. I wanted to slap him, but couldn't. Yes, he had tried to stop me from coming to her room, so I let him vent for 5 minutes. After that, more out of exhaustion than anything else, he sat on the wooden easy chair in the room. We have to inform someone, I said. We have no choice. How? Saurabh said. What do we say? We are doing here, in a girls' hostel room, at this time in the morning, with the occupant dead. So, what do we do? Run away? Maybe. It is still dark. Let us leave the same way we came and vanish. I considered the idea. We sneak out, go back home, and pretend this never happened. However, something didn't seem right about that option. How did she die? I said. What? How did Sarah die? She was alive an hour ago, healthy. I don't care. Bye. Right now, we need to get out fast. She wasn't sick. So someone killed her, I said. Saurabh sprang up from his seat. What? He said. We are at a murder scene. Let us leave. Bye now. We went to the window. We can't leave like this. Golu, sit down. Please let us think this through. With a heavy step, he went back to his easy chair. Why stay? So people eventually find us and assume we did it, he said. If we run away, They will definitely think we did it. How will they even know we came here? Saurabh said, wiping sweat off his face. It is still dark outside. Let us go. You don't understand. This is big, a PhD student murdered in an IIT hostel. Not only the Insti, but the entire police and media will be all over this one. So Saurabh clasped the armrests of the easy chair tight. So they will dig. Anyone could have done it. There are over 1,000 students on the campus alone. But the main gate guard might remember us, and of course the policeman at the checkpost might remember my bike too, and that we went into the campus. So what? We came for a ride at night, and they will search for fingerprint in the room. Mine are on the window, on the bed, even on her face. Fingerprints? Echoed Saurabh, his face white. Your prints are on the easy chair now, I said. He immediately realized his grip on the armrests. Why, what is going on? Some crime patrol shit, he said and stood up. Can't we wipe everything and leave? I really want to leave. We can't, Golu. Our lives will be ruined. No, Golu. If we wipe fingerprints and flee, then we are ruined. So what do? We stay and say the truth. That we drank a bottle of whiskey, chose to ride drunk, dodged a cop, showed an invalid ID to the institution guard, and climbed up into the girls' hostel late at night. Are you insane? Those are bad things, yes, but that doesn't make us murderers. Saurabh squeaked. How can you even say that word? We haven't done anything. I know, that is why we need to stay. Now, who do we call first? I took out my phone. Are you sure, You are not exactly having the best ideas today. If you want to leave, Saurabh, you can, I said. He didn't have to be a part of this mess. I didn't say that, I mean it. Whatever happens, there is going to be some trouble. You don't have to be here. Didn't we decide at our boozy party that whatever we do together? He said. I looked at him. In some ways, having a best friend is way more important than having a lover. I love you, man, I said. Me too, bye. Who are you calling? Her parents, her boyfriend, or the police? These are the choices. Should we just walk down? We can find the watchman and tell him everything. Let him make the call. I let out a huge breath. He did make sense. Not a bad idea. But I paused. But what? But if we don't call these people ourselves, they will find out we are here and never stop suspecting us. Let us call them first and then go to the watchman. I have never called the police in my life, Saurabh said. Same here. I will call the police last. Parents, that will be hard too. Let me call that Regu first. You have his number? Yeah, I said. He had called me a few times before to tell me to stay away from Sarah. I had saved his contact to have some way of reaching Sarah in case she blocked me. I checked the time. It was 3:36. I dialed his number. The phone rang. Nobody picked up. Eventually, I heard a service message in Telugu, perhaps telling me that the person could not be reached. I tried again. No response. Seems to be sleeping, I said. Call her dad, Saurabh said. I dialed Safdar Loan's number. What would I say to him? I wondered. Hi, uncle. Sorry to bother you. Let us me. Keshav, remember you said to stay away from your daughter? Well, I am in her room. Oh, and by the way, she is dead. Yes, Safdar said, his voice sleepy and angry at the same time. Uncle, it is me, Keshav. I know. Have you seen the time? 338. Uncle, what do you want? He said. Uncle, Sarah. What? Mr. Lone, Sarah. You need to forget about Sarah. I thought I made this clear years ago. Are you drunk again? I was drunk. Sort of. Most of my high had vanished though. Uncle, please listen to me. It is important, I said, trying to collect my thoughts. What? I couldn't break the news. Can you please come to Sarah's hostel now? What? Wait. Please, it is important. Come right now. I am here. Wow. I cut the call. I don't know why, but speaking to her father made everything more real. Sarah had died. Gone. No, I couldn't go to pieces. Not right now. I had more call to make. Police. I said out loud. What is their number? 100, Saurabh said. That is the general number. Should we call the local police station? You mean the same guy who just chased us, Saurabh said. Shut up, I said. I googled the Oscar's police station number on my phone and called them. Someone picked up after 5 rings. A tired voice said on the other side. We are calling to report a crime, I said. Saurabh looked at me with a worried expression. Where are you calling from? IIT Delhi. Himadri Hostel Room 105, I said. Nature of crime, the voice said in a monotonous tone. Murder of a student. I heard something drop at the other end. Who is speaking? The voice said. Now alert. This is Keshav. I will be waiting here for you at the entrance of Himadri Hostel, IIT Delhi. Who is the victim and what is your relationship? Sarah Lone. I am her friend and an ex-student. Please stay there. We are sending a team, the voice said briskly. I entered the call. Saurabh and I looked at each other. Let us wait downstairs, Saurabh said. He just wanted to be out of the room and away from the dead body. Yeah, I said. I stood up and opened the door to the dark and empty corridor outside. Saurabh walked out of the room. I remained inside. What? Let us go, Saurabh said. Wait, just 1 minute, I said, turning back. I walked up to her bed. I leaned forward and kissed her forehead. A teardrop fell on her cold face. Happy birthday, Sarah. I love you. Sarah remained still. Bye, Saurabh said and knocked on the door. Let us go. Coming, I said. I straightened up, looked at her one more time and then left the room. Chapter 6. We went down the step to the main entrance of Himadri. Seeing us emerge from the hostel, the watchman jumped up from his chair, looked stupefied. Stop, who are you? He said. Watchman Sahib, I said. We want to talk you. What are you doing inside girls' hostel? He said. Listen to us, Watchman Sahib, I said. Someone has died. What? He said, his mouth open. Before I could say more, I heard police sirens. The Oscar's police was more efficient than I had expected. A Delhi police Maruti Gypsy entered the hostel compound. An IIT Delhi security patrol car followed it. 3 cops stepped out of the gypsy. One of them wore a police cap and his uniform had epaulets. Seemingly the senior-most in the group, he walked up to us. I read his name tag, Vikas Rana. 2 constables and 4 IIT Delhi security officers walked behind him. The watchman almost collapsed. Who is Keshav Raju Purohit? Inspector Rana said in a rough baritone. I am Keshav, sir, I said, extending a hand. He ignored it. You called us? Yes, sir, I said. I found my friend, Sarah Lone, dead, room number 105. The security officer looked at me, shocked. Who are you? One of the security officers said. A student. Ex-student, I said. I came to visit her, I said and added, it is her birthday, but how can you come into girls' hostel? His voice got louder. Can we not waste time and examine the body, please? Inspector Rana said. A constable used a handkerchief to open the door of Sarah's room. Careful, Inspector Rana said. There could be fingerprints. Saurabh and I looked at each other. The only fingerprints they might find on the door handle would be ours. The police entered the room. Sarah's body lay there, kilt removed and the room lights on. Don't touch anything, Inspector Rana warned. We already have, Inspector. I wanted to say. One of the constables took pictures of the body on his phone. He said something about the official photographer not being available at such an odd hour. Inspector Rana walked up to the bed. He examined Sarah's neck. Not a suicide. Someone strangled her. A gust of cold air from the open door accompanied his word. Everyone fell silent until one of the security officers spoke again. How did this happen, Lakshman? He said, addressing the watchman. Watchman Lakshman folded his hands. No idea, Sahib. Did you see anyone come in? The security officer barked at him. Nobody. I was on duty throughout. Did you sleep off or leave your post? The security patrol officer shouted. To reclaim his authority and show the police he meant business too. Watchman Lakshman shook his head. His body seemed to shrink, and not because of the cold. Tell me honestly, I can check CCTV footage of the entrance, the patrol officer said. The patrol officer had to deflect blame too, for despite all his patrolling and supervision, someone had come in and murdered a student. No, Sahib, I was on duty. Awake, Lakshman said. So, how did two men get inside the hostel then? The security officer said, pointing at Saurabh and me. Lakshman had nothing to say. The patrol officer slapped him. I guess he had to display his tonus to the police. Stop it, Inspector Rana said. Don't do our job. Sorry, sir, the patrol officer said. He looked ashamed at being shouted at in front of his juniors. Perhaps he had wanted to be an investigating officer in the police too. People want to grow up and become cops. Nobody dreams about guarding an engineering college full of nerds. You couldn't prevent the crime. Now, at least let us investigate it, Inspector Rana said. The patrol officer hung his head low. Sorry, sir. Inspector Rana ignored him. He walked around the room, saw Sarah's phone. He disconnected the charger and lifted the handset. With a handkerchief, he passed it to a constable who put it in a plastic bag. He checked the documents on her desk. He couldn't make any sense of the questions related to big data model simulation, Sarah's PhD topic. He dropped the paper back on the desk and walked up to the window. It was bolted shut. The window is closed. The murderer entered from the door, he said, despite not wanting to get into trouble. I had to speak up. Sir, the window was open, I said. That is how Saurabh and I came in. We closed it when we went down to confirm the watchman. The inspector turned towards me. Who are you really? And this fat guy. How and why are you here? Sir, I can explain everything, I said. Over the next few minutes, I told everything. How Saurabh and I had ended up here. And so I asked Saurabh to come up and we decided to call the police. I finished my story. I looked at everyone's face. No one appeared convinced. The patrol officer seemed most offended, less at the murder, more at my audacity. You climbed into the IIT girls' hostel, an outsider. Who do you think you are? Sorry, sir, I said. It was a mistake, but Inspector Rana walked up real close to me. inches from my mind. After staring at me for what seemed like an eternity, he turned to Saurabh. Is your friend telling the truth? Saurabh spoke like Ranbir Kapoor in the film Jaga Jasoos. Yeah, yes sir. So, why is your voice shaking? Inspector Rana said. Just like that, sir. Are you sure you guys didn't kill her? Rana said. I felt the ground beneath me shift a little. Were we suspect? No, sir. I blurted out. I swear on my mother. The inspector's eye bored into mine. Mother God, every murderer will swear on his mother if it helped him get away. No, sir, but I said, shocked by his language. Shut up, he said. He turned to the constable, bringing them to the police station. Sir, you. But Inspector Rana interrupted me. Take the watchman's statement too. Get the entrance CCTV footage. Anyone informed her parents? I did, sir. Her father is coming, I said. Saurabh tugged at my hand, suggesting I keep my mouth shut. One of the constables marked the area and took more pictures while Saurabh and I stood silently in a corner. The patrol officer stepped out to call the IIT director as the cops rummaged around her room. What is happening here? Where is Sarah? Safdar Lon's voice startled everyone in the room. Police stations in India are a good way to time travel. If you want to see Indian life in the 70s with no computers and tons of brown paper files, a police station is a good place to visit. Of course, the Horse Coast station had a bit of modernity too. They had two computers, both with fat CRT monitors. They ran on Windows software from the 90s. At 9 in the morning, the station was jam-packed with people, as if the police were distributing free 10 GB data cards. Lack of sleep and last night's alcohol had already given me a headache. The cacophony in the station made the pain worse. Saurabh and I sat separately as we had been told. They didn't want us to talk and concoct a fake story, as if we couldn't WhatsApp each other from across the room if we wanted to do that. I waited for several hours. Inspector Rana finally called me into his office, a ramshackle room in which the desk and two chairs barely fit. I sat down in front of him and yawned. He continued to read a file, one eye still on me. Sleepy? A little, I said. Go, wash your face. It is fine. He threw me a stern glance. Do as I say, he said. I complied. I splashed filthy water from a filthy tap in a filthy bathroom on my face. I returned to his office and sat down again, my eyes open extra wide. I had to make you wait outside. The other option was lockup. I am sure you didn't want to spend the right night there. I imagined myself behind bars and my parents finding out. They would tell at me more than any cop would. No, not that option. No, sir, outside is fine. Though, behind bars is where you belong. If you actually killed her. I did not, sir, honest. I need more than that, to be sure. I love her, sir, more than you will ever know. Sarah was my world. Why would I kill her? Because you couldn't get her? No, sir, I did. She messaged me herself. I passed my phone to him. He read my last WhatsApp chat with Sarah. Ask anyone in my batch, they will tell you. that it would mean to me if Sarah herself wanted to get back with me, I said. The inspector scrolled through the chat a few times. I continued to talk. I called the police, sir. I called her father. I even tried to call her boyfriend. Wait, boyfriend? He interrupted me. Yes, Raghu. He didn't pick up. It was late. He lives in Hyderabad. Give me his number. It is on my phone. Raghu Venkatesh. The inspector noted down Raghu's contact detail. A constable came to his door. The father took Sarah Lone's body home. The constable said, "What the hell? How so soon?" Inspector Rana looked put off. Father is a big shot. Maybe used his connections, the constable said. Where do her parents live? Western Greens, near the Shiv statue on the Delhi border, the constable said. Rich girl, the inspector scoffed. Speak to them about a post-mortem, please. I checked. Father declined. Too disturbed, the constable said. Sir, you know these Muslim people, their religion doesn't permit cutting up dead bodies. We put too much pressure. There will only be more drama. How will we solve the case if they don't let us do an autopsy? Inspector Rana screamed. The other man didn't answer. He took that as a cue to leave. Rana turned to me after the constable had left the room. You loved her. Why are you not sad? Rana said. I don't know, sir, I said. I know she is gone, but I cannot believe it. Cannot accept it. It is like I will wake up soon and it has happened. Sarah Lone is dead and you may have killed her. Found on the crime scene. Smelling of alcohol. No, sir, it is not like that. Former lover, unable to get over her. She called you. You forced yourself on her. She declined. You couldn't take it. I didn't. I roared. Then in a more sober voice, I didn't. I just went to wish her happy birthday. The stress finally made me cave in. Tears spilled from my eyes. I began to cry. Sarah had died. I would never see her again. I wouldn't hear her voice. I couldn't message her or see her status. Scraps I had lived on for the last few years. Worse, the police thought I had killed her. They could make me spend the rest of my already miserable life in jail. I folded my hands. I haven't done it. Rana sir, I could never do it. So, who did it? And stop crying. What a baby. I don't know. I composed myself. The inspector picked up the intercom. Another constable came in. Any luck with the girl's phone? It is a locked iPhone, sir. We don't know the passcode. It has Touch ID, right? The thumb one. Yes, sir. So, use the dead girl's hand to open it. The constable scratched his head. When the phone is switched on first time, you have to enter the numeric passcode, sir. Did some idiot in the station switch the phone off? No one. No, sir. It seems like the phone was switched off, kept for charging, and switched back on. So we can't unlock the phone? No, sir. It is a 6-digit code. It will lock forever after 10 failed tries. These stupid phone companies call the service provider. Get all locks. Already done, sir. Did anyone call the girl's phone today? It rings right to missed call, sir, from a contact called Raghu Kutipai. I will call him right away. You check the location of Raghu Kutipai last night from the cell tower. Sure, sir, the constable said. The inspector turned to me. Wait outside. Keshav, he said, I can hold off on an FIR for a while, but you can't leave the station. I won't, sir. I promise. Sleep on the floor outside. Find a corner. I can rest on the chair. But sir, one thing. What? You are calling Raghu. May I stay and listen to this call? Why? I don't know. Just curious. Oh, you are a detective now. I found the body. I knew her. Of course, I am curious. Plus, maybe I can help you. The inspector shrugged. He didn't care. He dialed Raghu's number and put the call on speaker. Hello, good morning, a lady answered. Her voice had a Telugu accent. Hello, is Mr. Raghu Venkatesh there? Rana said, wait 1 minute, and doctor is inspecting him. I pass phone to him. Who is calling, please? I am Inspector Vikas Rana. This side. Who is speaking? Nurse Jani. Sir, I looking after Raghu. Here. Where? Apollo Hospital, sir. Wait and I give phone to him. We heard her speak in Telugu to someone. After a few seconds, Raghu came on the line. Hello, Raghu said. Hello, Mr. Raghu. Inspector Vikas Rana from Oscars Police Station speaking. Can you talk? Yes, sir. Have you heard the news? What news, sir? Do you know Sarah Lone, a friend of yours? My fiancée, sir, Raghu said. Oh, I am sorry, Mr. Raghu. We found Sarah's body in her room. She is no more. The phone went silent. Mr. Raghu, Rana said. What? Raghu said after a few seconds. Your friend or fiancée. She was found dead in her room. We think she was murdered. Are you serious? Who is this? Did you send Usman too? Raghu said, fear in his voice. Which man? This is the police. We have her phone. You gave her 2 missed calls today. One at 8:14 in the morning and the other at 8:32. We heard a fumbling sound. As Raghu checked his phone, he spoke again. I can't. Sorry, I can't believe this. Her parents have her body. You can call them. Yes, I will. Right now, Raghu said. This is not. I can't. Sorry. I am unable to talk. I understand. This has been a shock to you. It is Sarah's birthday today, he said, his breathing audible over the phone. Our wedding is in 2 months. The words wedding made my chest hurt. I looked away from the inspector. Sorry, Mr. Raghu, we can't bring her back, but we will do our best to find out who did it. Why could anyone want to hurt Sarah? Raghu said. Do you know anyone who might? Some people attacked me 3 days ago. I thought it was a local gang extorting money. Really? Who? When? The inspector said. He took out a notebook to write it all down. 3 goons. Late at night. Right outside my office in Cyber City. They came on bikes and hit me with hockey sticks. Broke the windows of my car. I managed to scream. Otherwise they would have hurt me more. Are you injured? A head wound and a fracture in my arm. The inspector took down notes furiously. Is that why you are in hospital? I am in Apollo. I planned to be there for her birthday and he paused. We heard sobs on the phone. Raghu, my biggest enemy in life, was crying. Yet I didn't feel good about it. The inspector let Raghu cry for a while before he spoke again. I can see you are disturbed. I will hang up now, but we may have to talk later. Take care. The inspector ended the call. The cop who had come earlier was back. Sir, phone record will come tomorrow. However, they confirmed Mr. Raghu's cell tower location in Hyderabad last night. Yeah, he is admitted in a hospital there, Rana said and turned to me. Are you going to sit in my office like a Jamai all day? Go, wait outside. Of course, sir, I said and stood up to leave the room. Chapter 7. Click flash. The flashes. The camera clicks. The loud journalists screaming for my attention disoriented me. At noon on the day of Sarah's death, reporters from every publication and TV channel in Delhi had descended on the Horse police station. Around 30 journalists had crowded the station entrance. Through bits and pieces, they tried to figure out what had happened. Inspector Rana refused to talk to anyone. No constable would dare to speak to the media without permission either. Around noon, when I stepped out of the police station to get something to eat, reporters bombarded me. "Are you Keshav?" Raj Purohit said one. I gave a brief nod. The reporters went into a frenzy. They jostled with each other to shove their mics closest to my face. "Did you find the dead body?" said another. "Did you break into girls' hostel?" Yet another wanted to know. "Are you her ex-boyfriend?" came one more question. Dazed, I didn't know what to say and whom to speak to first. "Please let me go," I said. "I haven't done anything. I don't know anything. I don't know why I had to say that." It only fanned the flames further. The questions became louder and more intrusive. "Are you saying you might be considered a suspect?" "No," I said. "Nothing like that." "When did I say that?" "Were you still having physical relation with Sarah Lone?" said one reporter who was wearing thick lensed glasses. I wanted to soak his spectacles face. I had to control myself. If I hit a journalist in a police station, it wouldn't help my case. I gritted my teeth. "I need to step out. Let me go," I said. "Did you murder Sarah Lone, Mr. Keshav?" Raj Purohit, the spectacled reporter, asked next. "No," I screamed, unable to move ahead. I turned around and ran back into the police station. I could stay hungry. I just didn't want to be eaten alive. I went up to Saurabh, ignoring the inspector's instructions to stay away. He was snoozing on a wooden bench. My brain had officially stopped functioning. It didn't feel sorrow, fear, or even tiredness. I couldn't sleep like Saurabh. I saw a TV perched on a dusty shelf high on the wall opposite me. It was running a particular news channel. After a few ads, the channel flashed the breaking news sign. "Kashmiri Muslim girl murdered in IIT Delhi hostel." A reporter stood in front of the IIT gate, right next to the security checkpost where I had shown my outdated ID card. I could see a dozen other reporters parked outside the gate as well. The director must have denied entry to the media. Only shots of the IIT Delhi sign on the main gate were being shown. The volume was very low, so I walked up close to the TV to listen, one finger in his ear. The reporter spoke to the anchor, Arjit, in the studio. "Arjit, so far what we know is the victim is Sarah Lone, a PhD student at IIT Delhi. She was found murdered in her room, number 105 at a Himadri hostel, around 3 in the morning. It seems her ex-boyfriend, who is also an ex-IIT Delhi student, broke into her room to wish her on her birthday, which was today. They found her dead." "Wait a minute," anchor Arjit said, open in hand. "Did you just say her ex-boyfriend broke into her room?" "Yes, Arjit. His name is Keshav Raj Purohit. He graduated around 5 years ago. Sarah Lone and he were in a relationship then. Incidentally, Sarah finished her graduation from Delhi College of Engineering and then joined IIT Delhi for a PhD program. So she remained on campus. However, Keshav and Sarah's relationship, sources tell us, was over a while ago. I was famous. I was being talked about on TV, but not like one of those IIT guys who open billion-dollar startup, become CEO, or launch political parties. My claim to fame was breaking into girls' hostels. But can you elaborate on breaking into the room? Arjit said. Boys are not allowed in IIT girls' hostel? Well, yes, IIT Delhi was a strict policy of not allowing men into girls' room. So Keshav came in through the window by climbing a mango tree. Unfortunately, we were not allowed into campus, so we can't show you the mango tree. Of course, it was unfortunate. The country could not see the mango tree or the mangoes that grow on it. Go on. Arjit shook his head, so bothered by it all that his neck was coming loose. So he climbed into the room to wish her and found her dead. Then he informed the police and her parents. That is his version. Exactly, that is his version. Now, what are the police doing? I think it is too soon, but Keshav is at the Hosco's police station. He seems to be in a daze, or maybe even angry. We have some visuals. Suddenly I was on screen, looking every inch a psycho. No, I was screaming. They played my No on loop 5 times, like they do in TV serials. I must add, the reporter said, we are hearing that Keshav Rajpurohit is from Rajasthan and his father, Naman Rajpurohit, is a senior RSS member there. It is a politically connected family. What? Why is that a must add? I touched my earring. Why did my parents have to come into this? I checked my pockets. I couldn't find my phone. I had left it on the chair I had been sitting on in the police station. Fortunately, I found it in the same place I had left it. I guess nobody would steal from a police station. I had 10 missed calls from home, 4 from Chandan Arora, 2 from Sexy Sheila, who must have called me on behalf of Chandan. Before I could call them back, I heard my name on TV again. So have the police arrested Keshav Rajpurohit, or are his political connection helping him? Arjit said. What the hell? I thought. May should I be arrested? And what political connection had I used here? I didn't want my father to ever find out about this. The reporter continued to speak. No, Arjit, no arrests so far. Keshav is cooperating with the police or being detained. We don't know yet, according to the police. They are looking at several angles. They will try to talk to other hostel mates soon. But why haven't they arrested the ex-boyfriend or anyone? Arjit said, incensed. Because I freaking didn't do anything. 10 minutes since the story had broken on TV, and this gay wanted someone arrested. Thankfully, what the reporter said to this was even spicier than Arjit's ex-boyfriend theory. See, Arjit, we are also hearing, though there is no way to confirm it, that there could be a terrorism angle here. You see, Sarah Lone was Kashmiri and a Muslim. Of course, being a Kashmiri Muslim is definitely a UC kind of situation. It puts on the terrorism radar immediately. Within a second, to my relief, Arjit had forgotten me. A Kashmiri Muslim girl killed under mysterious circumstances. Is this part of a deeper conspiracy? Arjit questioned. No one in particular. We don't know what yet, Arjit, the reporter said humbly. Arjit didn't appreciate this kind of a non-committal answer. He leaned forward, even closer to the camera. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a big story here, and your channel has been the first to show it. That was a lie. I had seen 30 reporters at the police station itself. Everyone had covered the story at the same time. The big question, before we go into the break, ladies and gentlemen, is this, Arjit said, speaking each word with deliberation, like his own life depended on this case. Has terror reached India's elite institutes? As ad for Patanjali toothpaste made from herbs used by rishis 2000 years ago replaced the murder story. In the ad, rishis meditated peacefully, thinking of toothpaste formulation perhaps. In contrast to the anger of the news show they sponsored, Patanjali toothpaste model had an immensely calm air. The ad ended with Baba Ramdev's picture. I have ever been happier to see Baba Ramdev's grin. I just didn't want the channel to go back to Sarah. Of course, nobody cared about what I wanted. Within minute, Ajit was back, this time with something he called an esteemed panel. 6 people, socialites, ex-cops, somebody who ran a think tank on Kashmir, and a retired IIT professor occupied 6 little windows on the TV screen. How do news channels do this? How do they line up so many jobless people from different areas of expertise so fast? Arjit had his own window, double the size of others. He opened the discussion. The question is this: my esteemed panel, has extremism reached our allied shores? Could there be a terror angle here? And does this case also show that nobody is safe in Delhi? I don't know about the terror part, the Kashmiri think tank guy started to say before the socialite lady with a bindi the size of a 10 rupee coin outshouted him. Forget terror. My question is, Arjit, what is the institute security doing? What are the Delhi police doing? Haskas is a posh area. If that is not safe, what is? Is this a national capital or a crime capital? Exactly. If even the rich are not safe, what are the police doing? Arjit said. The ex-cop said something about at least giving the police a chance to investigate. The socialite lady shut him up. The ex-IIT professor even spoke a word. Come, Rana sir has called you. A constable came up to me and shook me by shoulder. Your parents called. They are trying to reach you, Rana said. His voice seemed calmer than before. Sorry, I had kept my phone away, I said. Anyway, I wanted to avoid them as much as possible. They are on their way from Alwar. Should be here in a few hours. Daman, I said. What? Nothing. Call your friend here as well. Let us talk. I went out and woke up Saurabh. Both of us went back to Inspector Rana's office. This case is big. National news, Rana said. I know, sir, I said. What? How? I saw on TV. The reporters, I said. For your own sake, stay away from reporters. I didn't speak to them, sir. They crowded around me when I went out to eat. I ran right back in. Have you eaten anything since morning? Saurabh shook his head vigorously. Inspector Rana asked a peon to get us snacks. He came back with 2 cups of tea and aloo parathas. The inspector ordered us to eat. I took a slow bite as he spoke again. Your father spoke to me. He is what RSS Pradhan Sevak in Rajasthan, one of the state Prant Prajaraks. Yeah. He also spoke to the South Delhi MP. Haskas comes in the South Delhi area. Now know the reason for Rana's new tone. Not to mention the tea and snacks. The only way to make power behave in India is, well, more power. I won't go easy on you because of your political contacts. If at all, I will be more strict, he said, as if reading my mind. Of course, sir, but we really are innocent, Saurabh said, his first word since morning. Innocence alone can set you free, the inspector said. The case is on TV. If media says police went soft due to the accused connections, I am in trouble. Was I the accused? No, I wasn't right. Sir, accused, I said, bewildered. I mean, if you were the accused. Circumstantial evidence is there, but luckily we have some more information now that could help you. What? Both Saurabh and I spoke in unison, adding belatedly, sir. According to the campus register, you entered the campus on your Enfield bike at 3:14. It means the earlier you could be in Sarah's room is 3:20. Yes, sir. That is when I reached. My bike is still parked on campus, and you called her parent at 3:38 and the police at 3:40. The police arrived at 3:52 and we saw the body at 3:54. Right, sir, I said. I didn't understand why he was mentioning so many different timings. So let us say you arrived at 3:20 and killed her, say, by 3:35. I didn't, sir. Shut up and listen. Yes, sir. So say you killed her at 3:35. I saw the body at 3:54. Well, I am no post-mortem report, but I have been enough bodies in my life. That body didn't look like it had died 20 minutes ago. It felt a lot more stiff and cold. I heaved a sigh of relief. I know, sir. She was dead when I reached. Cold to touch. Well, an autopsy would have helped us more. Her parents didn't allow it. Rana laced his fingers together. Why? I said. Religion, reason. Who the hell knows? They say they went to give her a proper funeral. In autopsy, we do cut up the body, but we also stitch it back. But the parents won't listen. Saurabh and I kept quiet. The inspector spoke again. Anyway, I have sent a coroner. Hopefully, they allow him to do an external examination. He may have something to report. He opened his notes. There is no injury other than strangulation marks on the neck. No sexual assault or rape as far as we could make out. It was amazing. He could talk about dead bodies and sexual assault like we discussed trigonometry and algebra at the coaching center. We have taken statements from some of her hostel mates. Was it a holiday on campus? Could be. A week-long midterm break. We used to have one in February. I said, yeah, not too many people in the hostel in her wing. Only 3 other girls were present. The rest have gone home. Right, sir, Saurabh said. There is CCTV footage from the hostel entrance. We are going through it. We have asked for Sarah's phone records. We checked the fiance's cell tower location already. We even spoke to him. I haven't slept all night. Aren't we doing our best? The inspector said. 1 minute I was an accused. The next I was expected to behave like a supportive spouse. Yes, you are, sir. I said, doing your best. So why are they flashing? Clueless Delhi police on TV. He pounded both his fists on the table. What are we supposed to do? Go into everyone's home energy, night to nothing. Bad ever happens? How can we prevent crime? We can only solve it, right? Right, I said, mainly because that is what I thought he wanted to hear. And it takes time. There is no app to solve a murder, is there? Not yet, Saurabh said. Damn it, you Saurabh, did you have to say that? I cursed inwardly. The inspector looked at Saurabh, who stared at the floor. No, sir, I said. They want us to arrest someone right now. If I arrest no one, we are lazy. If I arrest all the people I suspect, I am confused and brutal. What am I supposed to do, for heaven's sake? I really tried to think about what he could do besides not yelling. I don't know, sir, I said. Maybe ignore the news. I can ignore it, but the natives don't. And my senior report to the Natas, and those senior come after me. Inspector Rana's phone rang, interrupting his rant. I supposed that, even though you did get beat up people and that could be fun, it wasn't easy to be a police officer after all. Yes, okay, Rana said on the phone and paused. Good. You sure? You saw the full footage? What time? 2:41 a.m. Okay, good. The inspector stepped away from us. He took a few notes while still on the phone. He came back to us after the call. So I was talking about speaking to your father earlier. I respect him. A gentleman. He never tries to threaten or use influence. Right, sir. He would never do that, especially for a useless son like me. I wanted to add, but didn't. And I do want to give him good news when he arrives, which is that you are not the main suspect. Main suspect? I didn't want to be even a non-main suspect. Right, sir, I said, wondering how long it would be before my parents arrived. The watchman was away from his post. 2:02 to 2:41 a.m. Confirmed from CCTV footage. Oh, I said, so someone entered the hostel then. Could be. But there is more. Inspector Rana said, a glint in his eye. What? Saurabh said. Sarah Lone had a big fight with this same watchman, Lakshman Reddy. 1 month ago, she slapped him in the lobby in front of several girls. Really? Why? I said. That I don't know, but we will find out. See, I told you. We are good. Yes, sir. Just out of curiosity. Who told you about the fight? I said. The inspector picked up his notes. Rujika Gill, 4th year student at Himadri Hostel, room 109. Another girl, Subhadra Pandey, room 203, also confirms this. My sub-inspector just finished talking to them. My team is working hard on the case, and we have probably solved it. The stupid media will never highlight this. I remained quiet. The inspector stood up. Byron, he shouted. A constable came running in. Huzur, he said. Is that Lakshman Reddy here? Ji, Huzur. He is sleeping on the chair outside. Slap him twice to wake him up. Send him in. Ji, Huzur, he said and left. Overjoyed at the idea of officially getting a chance to use his authority on someone, the inspector turned to us. Wait outside, sorry. You still can't leave. Saurabh and I stood up. As we walked out the room, we saw Lakshman walk in, spine bent, hands folded. The sound of loud slaps reached us as Rana welcomed Lakshman into his office. Chapter 8. Keshav Beta. I heard my mother's voice as I woke up. I looked around to orient myself, despite the noisy police station. I had finally fallen asleep on a bench. The clock in front of me showed 4 o'clock. Ma, I said and rubbed my eyes. When did you arrive? Just now. What happened? Why are you here? She said. Where is Papa? I said. There. She pointed towards Inspector Rana's office. My father stepped out of Inspector Rana's room just then and walked over to me. We called you 10 times. You didn't even call us back once, he said. Sorry, Papa, I said. Before I could finish my sentence, I broke down. My father, unaffected, wiped his face with a handkerchief. My mother hugged me to her. Nothing had ever felt better in my entire life. I wanted to be in my childhood room and have her put me to bed. Why are you creating a scene in the police station? My father said. Sorry, Papa, I said, extricating myself from my mother's arm. I wiped my tears. Others in the police station threw me sympathetic glance, perhaps thinking I was about to go to jail for a long time. What were you up to? We thought you were taking tuitions while looking for a job. It was in the right time to correct my father and tell him that I did have a job. I worked as faculty at a coaching institute, which sounds way better than taking tuitions. I didn't do anything wrong, Papa. I swear on you. And Mama, you broke into a girls' hostel, drunk. All our friends and relatives know this. The whole country know this. I mean, I didn't kill anyone, Papa. I didn't hurt anyone. Big favor you did. Thank you, son. Thank you for not being a murderer. That is not what I meant, Papa. I started to cry again. I swear I didn't know this would go so wrong. That Muslim girl, my father said in a savage tone. She spelled trouble from day one. I told you years ago. I thought you ended it. Yes, we had. Then you lost your brain again. Going back to her wasn't the shame you caused me last time enough? You are shouting. Raj Purohit ji, Ma said, please let us discuss this later. Can we leave? Come, beta, let us go home. I can't leave. I said, Inspector told me I can't leave. He agreed. I had to beg him. My father said, why did you have to beg? I said, they know I didn't do anything. They can still keep you. You and your friend better thank him before we go. My father pointed to the inspector's room. So the inspector said, spinning his mobile phone on his table, you are lucky. Saurabh and I nodded. We had resolved to keep our mouths shut. The watchman, we have enough against him to make an arrest. Saurabh nodded again. The inspector continued. The media will be satisfied now. Hopefully, arrest within 24 hours. Not bad, no. I kept nodding. You can go now, but there are some conditions. Agreed. We kept quiet. Agreed or not? He shouted. I guess like whose website that make you click on agree without reading the terms. We had to do the same here. Of course, sir. We agree to all conditions. I said I just wanted to leave. So here they are. 1. You will not leave Delhi. In fact, Keshav, you will come and report me every day. 2. No media. I don't care how much they pester you. You do not talk to media. Yes, sir, I said. 3. If I need anything else, you help me. I don't know how IIT works. So if I need to, I will come to you. Yes, sir, I said. Good. I think the case will be closed soon. We will have the killer behind bars. Inspector Rana stood up. We took our cue and stood up as well. We can go now, sir. Saurabh sounded disbelieving. Unless you like staying in jail. Inspector Rana laughed, probably for the first time all day, or week, or year, or in his entire career. Saurabh dashed out of the inspector's room. Before I left, I gathered courage enough to ask the inspector one question. Excuse me, sir, did you find out more about the watchman? Why did Sarah slap him? How do you know? He killed her. Go home. You will find out in the news. He winked at me. Chapter 9. Hey Keshav, Raghu tapped my shoulder from behind. It was the day of Sarah's funeral. After leaving the police station, I had recounted everything to my parents. I had to even explain everything to Chandhan Arora, who had been calling me continuously. I am with you, he had said, Gudka in mouth, when he spoke to me on the phone. You can say to media that you work for a reputed coaching class company. Chandhan classes, we are going national. You know, I had to tell him I couldn't talk to the media, let alone use this as a PR opportunity to promote his classes. Saurabh and I had come to the Muslim graveyard in Chhatapur near Sarah's house. Hi Raghu, when did you arrive? I said, turning towards him. He had his left arm in a cast. His forehead and the back of his neck had bruises. He wore a white kurta pajama. He removed his black framed spectacles and rubbed his eyes. Yesterday evening. So you saw her? He said in a soft voice. I nodded. Tell me everything, please, Raghu said. I don't want to be in the dark. Somehow, after Sarah's death, I didn't feel as much animosity towards him. I wondered if he knew about the messages Sarah had sent to me before her death. Maybe I should tell him. I thought I had already shared them with the police, who would probably tell him eventually. I wanted to rub it in his face that Sarah wanted to get back with me, scolding myself for thinking such shallow thoughts. I recounted the night of Sarah's death to him in as much detail as possible. However, I toned down exact messages she had sent me. We reconnected. I went to wish her. That is all, I said as I finished the story. He nodded, his gaze down. It is terrible, I said into the awkward silence. He bit his lip and looked into my eyes for a long time. No words, just this level look. Did he think I had done it? I went to her room because I began to say again. I know, I went to the police station last night. I found out about your chat with her. She messaged me first, I said defensively. How does it matter now? He said. We lost her forever because of this God-forsaken city. I had told her to move much earlier. I looked away. Sarah's father came up to us then, wanted to speak to Raghu in private. He and Raghu walked away from me. Saurabh and I went to the grave. Sarah's body lay wrapped in a white shroud. I had an absurd feeling that she was waiting for me to come closer and talk to her. And what when I did so? She would wake up and smile, that beautiful smile, a smile that would make everything all right again. A few elderly Muslim men nearby were praying loud in Arabic. Safdar came to stand close by, his face grim, hands clasped. Every though Muslim funerals usually don't have women present. Sarah's stepmother Zainab stood behind him a bit further away, along with some relatives. Sarah's father took a handful of mud and placed it under Sarah's head. I saw Sarah's stepbrother Sikandar, who I know was in his early 20s, but looked way younger due to his baby face. I had only seen Sikandar in some old family pictures. Sarah's father, originally from Srinagar, became a widower when Sarah was 3 years old. When Sarah turned 5, he married a widow called Farsana in Srinagar. Farsana had lost her first husband to military in Kashmir. Sikandar was her son from that marriage. Hence Sarah and Sikandar grew up together as step siblings in Kashmir. 8 years later, Safdar and Farsana got divorced. After Safdar discovered that her family had militant root, Safdar hated fundamentalists. They separated, each taking their biological child with them as they went their own ways. Safdar moved his business to Delhi and Sarah shifted with him. In Delhi, Sarah's father married his accountant, Zainab. Sikandar, meanwhile, stayed back and grew up with his mother, Farsana, in Srinagar. Sikandar stood near Sarah's body, fingers interlinked. He picked up a ball of mud and placed it under Sarah's chin. He sobbed as he performed the ritual. Sarah and Sikandar had remained close after their parents' separation, even though Safdar discouraged the contact. Sikandar, from What Sarah had told me was a poor student. She used to help him with his lessons and ensure he passed his exams. When Sarah left Kashmir, his grades slipped and he never made it past class 5. I just hope Sikandar is fine. He is a baby, Sarah often said to me. I noticed Professor Saxena, Sarah's PhD guide from IIT Delhi. He had come to the funeral along with his wife. Professor Saxena was also the Dean of Student Affairs at IIT. He went up to Safdar and they spoke to each other for a few minutes. As Professor Saxena stepped away, Sarah's father called Raghu and handed a fistful of mud to him. Obviously, only close male relatives performed this ritual, and I guess Safdar saw Raghu as part of the family. A Maulavi recited Arabic verses as Raghu placed the earth in his hand under Sarah's shoulders. My resentment against Raghu came rushing back. Why did he get to be with her at the end? Why was I watching this from a distance like an impostor? Why was no one calling me to pay my respects? The Maulavi's prayers filled the air as Sarah's male relatives lowered her body into the grave. People ahead of me covered my view so that I had to elbow my way to the front. I whispered to her for the last time, "Forgive me, Sarah, for not fighting for us." "What by?" Saurabh said, as he heard me mumble. "Nothing," I said, my head averted to shield my wet eyes from him. "Shall we go?" Saurabh said. "I don't think they want us here. Let me offer my condolence to her father and then we can leave." As they covered Sarah's body with more earth, Safdar spoke to a tall man in his 30s. The man stood with his back very straight and had the typical Kashmiri apple-cheeked complexion. I went to them and waited politely for them to finish their conversation. "Thank you again, Face. You left duty and came all the way," Safdar said. "What are you saying, uncle? This is family. What happened is just tragic," Face said. Safdar nodded and embraced Face before the latter finally left. Then Safdar noticed me. "Did you have to come here?" "I just want to offer my condolence," I said. "You were here in her room and now you have the guts to offer sympathy," he thundered. "Uncle, I loved your daughter. How can you even think?" He put up his hand to stop me. "I told you to leave her alone. Why didn't you?" "I loved her. That is why you let your family humiliate her." "I can't control them. Even you didn't support us, uncle. I gave you an option," he said, "and I am giving you one now." "What?" "Just leave." Huda Hafiz. I reached Alwar in the afternoon. I had taken Inspector Rana's permission to go home for a day. I wanted my parents around, lest I had an emotional breakdown. My mother sensed my pain and prepared all my favorite Rajasthani dishes. Then breaking news. Watchman arrested for the murder of IIT Delhi girl. Anchor Arjit gave the details. Himadri hostel watchman Lakshman Reddy has been arrested for the murder of Sarah Lone, a Kashmiri PhD student in IIT Delhi. The visual showed a dazed Lakshman being escorted into a police van. Arjit continued. Sources say Lakshman Reddy would often stare at girls sitting outside in the Himadri hostel garden and make them feel uncomfortable. In fact, about a month ago, he tried to shoot an upskirt video of a student while she sat on her scooter. Sarah Lone confronted Lakshman and they had an argument. Sarah Lone had slapped Lakshman in full public view. At the time, my mother walked into the living room with more full cast. She picked up the remote and switched the TV off. "You have come to get away from this case," she said. "Ma, What are you doing? I said. I pulled the remote out of her hand. They are giving new information. She is dead. Whatever information they give. That Muslim girl is not coming back. Thank God. Ma, I shouted. Stop it. She died less than a week ago. She caused enough trouble when alive. Please don't let her affect you now that she is gone. Enough, Ma, I said. I took a fulka from the plate in her hand. What happened with your job search? I am trying, Ma. Had interviews. Let us see. I didn't have to see. They had rejected me already. After my mother left the room in a huff, I switched on the TV again. Arjit was speaking to a reporter. So, what else are we hearing? Arjit said. The reporter spoke into his mic. We are at the Haswas police station. Lakshman Reddy is now in police custody. The Delhi police claims they have solved the case in record time. They have ample evidence to convict the watchman. In fact, the assistant commissioner said that it is high time to the media accepted that they were wrong in harshly judging the Delhi police, which has in fact done a fantastic job in this case. Well, self-congratulation apart, how does the Delhi police know? For sure it is the watchman, Arjit said. The CCTV footage shows the watchman missing from his post for 40 minutes. He had a voyeuristic tendencies. Sarah Lone, who had slapped him, had also filed a complaint against him. The police said Lakshman Reddy comes from village 2 hours from Hyderabad in Telangana. A few days ago, Sarah Lone's fiancé and internet entrepreneur Raghu Venkatesh, who lives in Hyderabad, was violently attacked by local goons. This is incident. It could be connected to Lakshman as well. Mr. Raghu evaded death but suffered significant injuries and was admitted in the Apollo hospital. Back to you, Arjit. The camera shifted to Arjit in his window next to 7 other tiny windows with one panelist each. Arjit made the opening remarks to start the debate. So here we are, a case of a serial stalker and voyeur who was allowed to remain a watchman in a prestigious institute like IIT. On our panel today we discuss, shouldn't the IIT authorities take responsibility for not acting on a complaint against a watchman? For weeks, did IIT kill Sarah Lone? A few panelists immediately began to speak, cutting each other out. I couldn't understand one sentence, and the loud noise was hurting my ear. I picked up the remote and switched off the TV, restoring silence in the room. Thank God you shut that Sabzi Mandi debate, my mother said from the kitchen. I tossed and turned in bed for a hour. I could not sleep, but I wasn't thinking about Sarah and crying like I had been doing every night. Tonight, my mind was on something else. Did Lakshman Reddy actually kill Sarah? The question kept ringing in my head. Yes, he had a motive. Sarah had slapped him in public. There was circumstantial evidence too. He left his seat that night. He could well have done it. And yet, something didn't add up. I couldn't specify the reason, but I had a strange feeling in my gut as Delhi police declared victory and the media created noisy panels to discuss security. Something didn't feel right. I called Saurabh, sleeping, I said as he picked up the cell. No, bye. Watching videos. What kind of videos? I said and smirked. Shut up, bye. YouTube. Yeah, right. How is Chandan classes? As screwed as ever. Gudka man asked about you. I'm back tomorrow to join you in your misery. Take your time. I will handle it here. Are you feeling okay? Okay, he's still quite far. Cried less than 3 hours today. So that is an improvement. It will get better. Hope so. But something else is playing on my mind too. What? You saw the news. They arrested Lakshman Reddy. Creep used to make upskirt video of IIT girls. What is upskirt by? If a girl is wearing a skirt, trying to take a video of under that skirt. How sick and stupid is that? I know. Glad they got him. Yeah, he is sick, Golu. But did he kill Sarah? What? You heard right? Missing from his post. Sarah slapping him. Complaints. Yeah, but I hesitated. I don't know. Something doesn't seem right. You are just disturbed by. In shock, I suggest you spend some more time at home and please stop watching TV. Chapter 10. What do you think? Delhi police isn't be bad? A. Rana winked at us, keeping his teacup back on the table. By now, he felt a bit more like a person than just a police officer. I had begun to think of him as Rana rather than Inspector Rana. Saurabh and I were in his office. We had come for our daily check-in. Amazing, sir, to find the murderer in 2 days, Saurabh said, buttering him up for no particular reason. I had not touched my tea. Have your tea. Rana turned to me. Sir, are you sure it is watchman? I said. Rana raised his eyebrows. He turned to Saurabh and laughed. Motive, CCTV evidence. He is from Telangana. Send those goons to hurt Sarah's fiancé. It is an open and shut case. Is it? I said. Saurabh kicked his foot, urging me to shut up. He wanted the daily check-in to stop, so he was going to agree with whatever Rana said. However, I had to ask, why should Lakshman hurt Raghu? Because Raghu had confronted Lakshman too. It is he who encouraged Sarah to file a complaint. You spoke to Raghu? I said. You think we are idiots? Of course, we will speak to the fiancé. Oh, okay, I said. I am sorry. He came to the police station, confirmed Sarah's fight with the watchman. The inspector said, irritated. Anyway, you guys, get out. Sir, Saurabh said as he stood up. Yeah, Rana said. Do we have to still come every day? You have the killer now. Rana leaned back in his seat. You are right, but I still need to know your friend is there if I need him. Of course, I am here, sir. I live 5 kilometers away. I teach at Chathen classes every day. I said. Okay, only Keshav need to meet me once a week or when I call you. Saurabh, you don't have to come anymore. Happy? Saurabh's face lit up with joy, like a prisoner released after 3 decades in jail. I am available anytime, sir. I just have one request, I said. What? Rana said. Can I speak to watchman once? Only if you are okay with it. What? Saurabh gave me a dirty look. We were literally getting a get out of jail pass. Why did I have to finger anyone? Rana laughed, came over to me and slapped my back. What the hell is wrong with you? Who are you, detective? Jesus, Rana said. I am just a tuition teacher, sir. If you let me talk to him just once, sir. The inspector signed and went back to his seat. Come tomorrow, late night. Can't have anyone see this. Thank you, sir, I said. Whatever you do, don't gosh up my case, he said, drained his cup. I had never been inside a police lockup before. The Hoskus station has 4 of them. This little room to keep prisoners in before they move to proper jails or obtain bail. A constable opened Lakshman's cell for me and stood outside. It felt strange inside the lockup. What if someone locked the cell with me in it? Lakshman squatted on the floor. I saw fear in his eyes as I approached him. His body trembled and face turned to the side as if expecting a blow, a default whenever anyone meet him in police station, I guess. I wore jeans and a blue and white check shirt. I neither looked like a new prisoner nor a cop. I stood in front of him as he eyed me with fear. The constable outside watches us for a minute but soon lost interest. He opened his phone to watch a pirated version of Tiger Zinde Hai. I am Keshav, I said. He looked surprised. You saw me that day. I knelt down on the floor to his level. I am Sarah's friend, I said. I was. His face blanched. I know Sarah. I would definitely hit him now. He was probably thinking. He lifted up his folded hands. Sahib, I didn't do anything. I promise. I did not kill Sarah, madam. His voice broke and he began to wail. The constable tapped the iron bars with his bamboo stick. Keep quiet, the constable said. Eyes on Katrina Kaif as she sang on his phone. Control yourself, Lakshman, I said soothingly. I have come to help you. Lakshman looked at me with distrust. You need to tell me what happened, I said. I don't know, Sahib. I sit at the main hostel entrance. I can't keep track of what is happening in each room. I swear on my children, I didn't do anything. I put a finger to my lips, pointed to be the constable. Sarah madam had slapped me, but it was my mistake only. You were making a video of a student? Yes. Big mistake. He shook his head violently. You had a fight with Sarah? I got angry. I threatened her. But what can I do? In reality, I am a poor watchman. I want just to go kill her. Then who did? I said. I don't know, Sahib. Why were you not at your post? His eyes fell from mine. I went to the bathroom. For 40 minutes, he kept looking down. You better answer, Lakshman. If you don't, you are here for life. I lifted his chin with my hand. Ready. If you hurt my Sarah before they punish you, I will kill you. I didn't, Sahib. I didn't kill Sarah, madam. From 2 to 241. Where were you? He gestured for me to come closer and whispered something in my ear, but I pulled back from him. Yes, Sahib, that is the reason. How? On my smartphone, Sahib. Where is the phone? I said. At home. Gave it to my wife when she came to visit. Sahib, I didn't do anything. Sahib, killer coming from window. What? The killer coming from window. Sahib, because window was open when you went in. Yes. If I had to kill, why would I need to go from window? I can walk up to the room, pretend there is parcel delivery. Yes, you can enter through the door, but you could still kill her. Bolt the door from the inside and exit from the window so nobody suspect you, I said. He fell at my feet. I didn't, Sahib. I swear on my little daughter. He walked through the lanes of Sirpur Jat and reached the main road. We had just collected Lakshman's phone from his house. Sorry, what do I have to do with this phone? Saurabh said. You said you won the hackathon at NIT. Is it true? Of course, why? I have even hacked Tinder to give me a premium account without paying it. Great, I need you to back Lakshman's phone. I hailed an auto rickshaw. The driver first grumbled at how short the ride to Malviya Nagar was. Saurabh gave him a lecture on how app-based taxis would soon decimate auto rickshaw if drivers kept up this attitude. Shocked by the unwanted sermon, the auto driver agreed. Hack this phone. Why? Saurabh said when we had sat down in the auto rickshaw. Lakshman told me he sneaked into the guest toilet at Himadri that night when he left his post because it gets Wi-Fi. Why did he need Wi-Fi in the toilet? One guess, I said. You went to engineering college, right? Of course. Saurabh said, I need you to check if he is lying, to see if he actually went to porn sites at that precise time. Yes, and from that location. Can you? Easy. This is hardly a hack. I just need the browser history files on the phone. It will have all the timestamps and sites visits. And if we can go to Himadri and connect their Wi-Fi network, I can double check if this phone's IP address is actually connected to. Saurabh was saying when I interrupted him. Dude, if I knew all this, I would be a real engineer and have a real job. Talk in simple terms, please. Saurabh looked at me, surprised. Take me to Himadri. Get me in their Wi-Fi network, he said. Excuse me, I said. I really need to call a cab and my phone is out of data. Can I have the Wi-Fi password here? I stood in the Himadri hostel garden carrying 6 fat book of physics, chemistry and maths in his arms. I wore thick glasses and had not shaved for 3 days. I also wore an ill-fitted shirt, old rubber sandals and polyester pants. In other words, I resembled a typical IIT research scholar. Saurabh stood across the road in front of the hostel within Wi-Fi range. The girl had just arrived at the hostel in her Activa and had parked it next to me. She looked me up and down when I asked for the Wi-Fi password. Student, she said. Yes, PhD. Vindhyachal Hostel, Himadri 2018G, she said. HNG capital letters, thank you, I said as I walked away from her. I typed a WhatsApp message to Saurabh. Got it, Himadri 2018G. He replied after a minute. Connected. Now downloading IP history and DNS sites. Talk in English, I replied. Nothing. Download everything I need. Let us go home. I am hungry. You better cook tonight. Saurabh message back. Upon.com. Saurabh said. Hot Desi. Bobby has fun with stud diver. That is from 2:10 to 2:14. What? I said. We sat at our dining table eating French fries. The only dish I could whip up at short notice for our hungry lord Saurabh. Saurabh had his laptop open with Lakshman's phone tethered to it. That is what his phone's browser history says. You want me to go through your phone, Saurabh said. Very funny. That is next, I said. Neighbor does big busted. Eager Mallu Andy. Shall we have a look at Eager Andy too? Wait, so he was actually watching porn? Sure he was. Look at this. Wait, how can they be sure? It is an actual honeymoon video. Lakshman had not lied. He was literally jerked off when away from his seat. Jaipur College girl shows. Saurabh was still listening the sight out. By one thing is for sure, he only likes Desi porn. He skipped international videos. Kind of patriotic. No. Shut up. When does his party end? Around 2:29 a.m., Saurabh said. Enough time for him to walk back and reach his post at 2:40 and wash up before, I hope, Saurabh said. Stop it. Open the IP address logs on the Himadri network. We can, but don't you want to watch hot Tamil couple enjoy an Indian train? I am curious, maybe. IRCTC can sponsor this one. Golu, this is not a joke. This is about someone's life. Okay, fine, he said. He switched from the browser history to the IP addresses file. These are the IP addresses or unique identifier of all devices that logged into Himadri Wi-Fi network, Saurabh said. He scanned the Excel file for a few seconds. Yes, Lakshman's phone was connected to the network, confirmed, Saurabh said. Show me, I said. He showed me a table with IP addresses on his laptop screen. This is real proof Lakshman is innocent, I said. Yes, sick as it is. He didn't kill anyone at that time. Thank you, Golu, I said and ruffled his hair. I will take this to Rana. Welcome, bye. But can I ask one thing? Sure. Why are you getting involved in this? We are free now. Why bother? Let the police do their job. But see, they watched up. Lakshman didn't do it. Let Lakshman fight it out. Or let the police eventually figure it out. Sarah is gone by. Let her go from your mind too. I know I should. If only I could, I said with a sigh. Saurabh saw my distraught face. He gently placed an arm around my shoulder. I guess, somehow, I still want to say connected to her. I said, I want to find out who did it, who took Sarah away from me, just when she wanted to come back. I will print this out. We can take this to Rana tomorrow. Thanks, it is okay. Bye, just don't spot that Devada's look. Please, nobody is allowed to make that sad face while eating French fries. Went Rana, tapping the bridge of his nose with an index finger and inspecting the printouts we gave him. Browser history, he said. He scrunched his eyes to read the matrix on the page. Saurabh stood up and moved over to inspector's side. See, sir, these are the IP addresses, and on this next page are the timestamps and sites visited on Lakshman's phone. Rana scratched his 3-day-old salt and pepper stubble. He groaned. Sit down, sit down. Saurabh went back to his seat. The inspector placed the sheet down on the table. I expected him to scream out, superb or good job, or something like that. Instead, he cracked his fingers one at a time. This means Lakshman is innocent, sir, I said, wondering if Rana had not understood what this meant. He was in the bathroom, masturbating and watching porn. So, who killed Sarah then? Rana said, that is your job to find out. I wanted to say. Instead, I shrugged. If Lakshman didn't do it, then won't the suspicion be back on you? Rana said. What? I said. The inspector smirked and tilted his head. He slid the sheet back toward me. Take this back. You never gave this to me, he said. What do you mean? I said. You like coffee? Excuse me. Let me treat you to expensive coffee, Rana said and stood up. Give me good coffee, but not too bitter, Rana told the barista at Starbucks in Hoska's village. Letty, sir, the barista said, somewhat unnerved by Rana's uniform. Plain hot milk, I said. Saurabh ordered 2 chocolate muffins. The inspector took out his wallet. The cashier at the cafe looked aghast at the preposterous idea of a policeman paying and quickly declined. The inspector smiled and put his wallet back in his pocket. We collected our beverages and took a seat near the window. So this is where young people, what do they say, hang out. Rana said, adding 3 sugar sachets to his coffee. 200 rupees for coffee. Daylight robbery. I wondered if not paying at an establishment counted as daylight robbery too. I agree, sir, Saurabh said, civilly as per norm. Anyway, I brought both of you here because I wanted to have a frank talk. I hope I can trust you. Rana gave us a level look. Of course, sir, I said. Where do you work, Keshav? I told you, Chandan classes. How much do you get in hand? I looked at him, surprised. Saurabh politely looked in the other direction. Around 45,000 rupees a month, I said. See, even you make more than I do. I get, after all deductions, 42,000 rupees a month. I guess he hadn't counted the unlimited free Starbucks lattes in his pockets. I wondered what to say in response, like, did he not know the pay scales before he took up this job? I chose to keep silent. I have 15 years of experience, Rana continued. You started what? For 5 years ago. Is it fair? I shook my head, feeling guilty. I felt personally responsible for the central government's compensation policies. I wanted to tell him I had to listen to gutka chewing obnoxious boss all day. I would happily trade places with Rana, take a little pay cut and get the power to slap people around and demand free coffee. I am up for it. Saurabh showed us this pinky finger and excused himself to use the toilet. Rana continued. I worked hard my entire tenure. Excellent annual reports. Yet my promotion is stuck for last 5 years. They won't make me assistant commissioner of police. I nodded, sipping my milk. What did this have to do with Lakshman's browser history? Meanwhile, some idiot from some IIT will mug up and clear the IPS exam. They will make him my boss and give him a rank above me. I wondered if I was the idiot from IIT he was referring to. Actually, no. I was the IITian who couldn't clear the IPS exam, which made me an even bigger idiot. It is not a fair system. Colonial hangover, I said. What? From the British time. They made a civil services. Yeah, stupid Goras. I am one of the rare, honest inspectors in the force, and they treat me like this. I guess free beverages didn't count as being dishonest compared to the opportunities a corrupt inspector in Delhi police could get. The coffee was just a teeny perk. I wondered how to make Rana feel better. I guess when someone feels their life sucks, it is always good to tell them how your life sucks even more. I am from IIT, sir. I never managed a job from campus. One of those rare IITian who graduated without an offer. Why? Poor grades messed up the few interviews I had. Had a breakup. Was disturbed in that phase of life. Ah, that is very Chandan classes. I nodded. I didn't tell him. It was also because I wanted to remain in Delhi, as close to IIT campus as possible. Sarah still resided there, and staying nearby was the only way I could ever get a chance for a reunion. The inspector smirked. You like your job? He said. Hate it, I said. Really? On Sunday, I feel I would prefer to be in jail than show up for work. The inspector laughed. Gus, we are in the same boat then, he said, feeling more pounded to me than ever because of our stagnant careers. Saurabh had by now returned from the washroom. He picked up a newspaper and opened the job and classified page. The inspector's phone rang. He took the call. Yes, Sharma, sir, Rana said and stood up. As if Sharma, sir, could see him. Gee, Sharma, sir, of course, sir. No, sir, we have the watchman and a solid case. Yes, sir, if we'll file the charge sheet soon, sir. No, sir, you don't have to call again. Sir, okay, sir. When he entered the call, I said, you will release Lakshman, right? He is a creep, but he didn't murder Sarah. Ah, see, now that is why I wanted to talk to you here. You never know who may hear us at the police station. What? I said. Saurabh looked up from his newspaper and listened as well. This high-profile media-covered case is my best shot at a promotion. There is a provision for out-of-turn promotion. My senior may commended me because of this case. That is good, sir, I said. Yeah, but only if I solve the case, which in their eyes I have. With Lakshman as the killer, yes, even the media stories have died down. He said. He picked up the main section of the newspaper and opened the city pages. See, nothing today. My seniors, the media and public at large believe that Lakshman did it. Case closed in their heads. Except for the fact that he didn't, I said, my voice a bit too firm for Rana's comfort. Is he your brother? Rana said, his voice loud. No, sir, I said, but he is innocent. So I release him. And the media start another drama. Drama? Yeah, police caught an innocent man because he was from a poorer class. Police still can't catch killer. Delhi police is useless. More and more nonsense. And who will be held responsible for this botch-up? Inspector Rana. You think anyone will promote me then? I wanted to tell him that an innocent man could not spend his life in jail to enable his promotion. Of course, I didn't, sir. Won't Lakshman have to be proven guilty in court? Yes, so eventually this will come out. He will confess what he was up to. His lawyers might get the same data. The inspector laughed. He took a tissue and wiped his latty mustache. Saurabh glared at me. He didn't want any more confrontation with the police. What is so funny? I said to the inspector. This is not a movie. It is real life. What kind of lawyer do you think Lakshman will get? Doesn't the government give poor people one? Exactly. And how much will they care about a watchman? Lakshman will be lucky if his lawyer show up at a hearing. But still, he didn't do it. And there is a proof. It will come out eventually. Fine, maybe it will. The 3 years. By then, Inspector Rana will be a ACP Rana. Away from this police jockey nonsense. Lakshman can be out then. Sir, but all this detective nonsense you are doing has to stop. I served you. Now stop making my life difficult. Served me? The fact that I didn't kill anyone might have also played a role in ensuring my freedom. I wanted to snap back at him. Sir, I don't want to disturb your life. I just want to find out who is the killer. And for that we need a proper investigation, not lock up an innocent man and close the case. The inspector looked at Saurabh and me in quick succession, then shrugged and finished his cold latte. What if the media gets this evidence about the watchman's innocence? I said. The inspector kept his cup down. Are you threatening me? No, I said, but what I am saying could happen. You bastards, a week ago both of you were begging me to let you go, and you are ordering me around now, telling me I don't know how to do an investigation. No, sir, I said. I am just saying let us find out who did it. I will help you. How will you help me? You are a tutor at Chandan classes, Rana said. Saurabh pressed my arm, telling me to not respond. Sir, can I say something? Saurabh said. What do you want to say now? The inspector said, his voice annoyed. He is teaching me investigation. Does your idiot friend know what we have to face? That Dean of Student Affairs insulted me the way before. Oh, Saurabh said. That Professor Saxena, Judia said, I have no business roaming around the campus. He tells this to me. The police wants me to get all the permissions, threatens to call the HRD ministry. Bloody. You want me to investigate? Tell that stupid dean. Do not insult me. You met Professor Saxena? I said. Yes, if the college doesn't care. Screw this case. Professor Saxena was also Sarah's PhD guide, I said. So, why is he stopped us? Giving some bullshit policy like no media or police on campus, he said. I don't know, sir, I said. Listen, tutor, Rana said, looking at him sharply. You think I didn't know? The watchman didn't do it. You know, I said, shocked. I have investigated criminals for 15 years. I can tell from their eyes. He is a turkey, but no murderer. Your data only proved my hunch right. I was non-closed. So why did you arrest him? Because I don't have the killer. And everyone wants closure. TV anchors, people, social media activists and my seniors. Inspector Rana stood up jerkily. Listen, I may have free coffee, which is overpriced anyway. I also want my promotion because I deserve it. But I am not an evil man. I will still try to find out who did it. But until then, Lakshman stays in. Understood, sir, Saurabh said, scared by the inspector's towering presence. Get me the killer. I promise I will release Lakshman that day, even if it means I have to change my stance. Sir, I too stood up. What can we do to help? Ideally, stay away, Rana said. We can, sir, Saurabh said, nudging me with his elbow. He was also standing now. Anything, sir, said. Help me navigate IIT. Is there a way you can access the campus? Yes, I am an alumnus, I said. Saurabh turned to me. Bye. Inspector sir is telling us to stay away. He is an ashik. Rana laughed. How will he stay away? Chapter 11. Mock test in mathematics. This Sunday at 10 a.m. I announced in my class at end of my session. Most of the 24 old students groaned. I ignored their passive protest and left the classroom. In the corridor, I checked my phone. I had 2 missed calls from Raghu. He had also sent me a message. Leaving Delhi soon. Can we meet once? Before I could respond, the smell of Chandan Araro's Gudka reached me. No checking phones during work hours. I have told you before, Chandan said from behind me. Sorry, sir, I said, mentally picturing smashing my phone on his bald head. Thanks for coming, Raghu said. No issue. How come you want to meet up? I said. We had come to social in Huskos and were at a table facing the Huskos lake. He wore a black sweater which matched his thick spectacle frames. He had a cast on his left arm. In his right hand, he held an iPhone X he had released 3 months ago and cost more than ₹1,00,000. I want to understand what happened, Raghu said. I told you the sequence of events at the funeral. Raghu looked at me, unconvinced. What? Why are you looking at me like that? You know, Keshav, you have bothered and insulted me in the past a lot. What do you want? An apology, I said. A waiter brought us 2 cups of masala tea. Raghu responded after the server left. No, what would an apology do now? He said. He took a sip of his tea and continued, and I didn't care about the insults. I am not a confrontational gay. All I ever wanted from you was for you to leave Sarah alone. I shot up from my chair. And I didn't. I couldn't get over her. Yeah, fine, sorry. May I leave now? I said. Sit down, please, Keshav. I said. I don't want an apology, Raghu said. What do you want, Raghu? I said, sitting back. And it was Sarah who wanted to come back this time. Calm down, please. I don't like it when you use such an aggressive tone, Raghu said. Because you are a scared foodoo, I wanted to say, but kept quiet. The first thing I want is this, Raghu said, pointing to his cast. This has to stop. I am not a violent person. I just wanted to live a simple life with Sarah. Hey, I said, are you suggesting I am behind this? I sent people to hurt you? No. Accusations. While I would like to know that happened. My parents don't even want me involved. Please, I beg you, don't hurt me or my family. My father and mother are really scared. I didn't do anything, Raghu. I said. Why would I? I am not saying you did. If you did have something to do with this, please stop. I want peace. Raghu, I have called you name and made fun of you. But why would I hurt you? Sarah and you dated for over 3 years. Did I do anything? I will kill that foodoo, you said to Sarah once. I said that in anger, then drunk. Please, Raghu, I haven't done anything. Anyway, they arrested the watchman. He became quiet. He still looked unconvinced. Raghu, you don't trust me. I get that, but I swear I didn't hurt anyone. Not Sarah, not you, all right? I said. He gave a brief nod and looked down at the table, lost in thought. Then he spoke softly, so softly I had to strain my ears to hear him. She was my world, the miracle of my life. I could have told him this myself, I thought, but he was still speaking in that slow motion voice of his. I had a new investor from Silicon Valley lined up. I have always wanted to move there, but Sarah didn't agree. She didn't want to drop her PhD midway. She wanted to go back and teach in Kashmir, right? I said. That is what she used to tell me during our days. Yeah, but I finally convinced her and we decided to spend a few years in US and then do something in Kashmir later. She was to get her PhD in a few months and we were to go to San Francisco. I had even shortlisted apartments in Mountain Valley. But now, his voice choked and he dropped his face into his palms. The sound of his whimpers was unmistakable. Others in that restaurant started throwing us curious looks. He cried without any inhibitions, afraid of being mistaken for a kidnapper. I stuffed tissues into his hand. Thank you, he said, wiping his face with the paper napkin. I didn't do anything. Do you believe me? Look into my eyes and talk, Raghu. I don't, he said, finally making eye contact. Good, I said. I bear no grudges, not anymore. Sorry, my parents are in a panic. They have hired 24-hour security. They feel nervous when I leave for office. We are all so scared. I can imagine, but I have no interest in you. Except, I paused. Except what? I want your help. What kind of help? In finding out who killed Sarah. I am helping the police. You are. Didn't the police say the watchman did it? He may not have. Actually, even I was surprised when they said it was Lakshman. You were. Yes, I have met that watchman. He didn't have that murder look, but the police said so on TV. The police sometimes say or do things to shut the media up. So, who killed Sarah? I want to know too. That is what I need your help in finding out. I want to work on this with you. My parents want me to cut off completely from all this, but let's do this. No, Raghu, I don't want to work with you, I said, interrupting him. I only want you to help me. You know her and her world well. Raghu looked at me, startled. I kept a firm expression. He sighed. Whatever you need, he said. Okay, I said. I took out my notebook. I have some questions. Sure. Firstly, why did it surprise you when you heard the watchman did it? It seemed unlikely, sure. Sarah complained about Lakshman. However, he had begged her for mercy many times after that, once even in front of me, when I visited Sarah on campus. So, what did Sarah do? She softened. She didn't withdraw her complaint, but delayed follow up. He had told her about his little daughter and that he was a sole earning member in his family. Anything else that make you feel it is not him? The people who came to beat me up. What about them? They didn't seem to be from a village like Lakshman. From their clothes and accent, they appeared to be city dwellers. I told this to the police. I don't think they really listened. I looked up from my notebook. What exactly happened to you that day? I finished work late, came out of my office building. While I was waiting for my driver, 4 guys came and started beating me up. I thought they wanted my phone or wallet. They didn't just wanted to hurt me. For how long? Until Gopal, my driver, arrived with the car. They threw stones at the car, smashing the windows. Then they ran away. Gopal stepped out and found me lying on the street, bleeding, and he took you to the hospital. He took me home first. My parents took me to Apollo Hospital. Doctors there told me I had a fracture in my left arm and a concussion. They admitted me to keep me under observation. You told Sarah about this? Of course. I messaged her from the car itself. She wanted to come down to Hyderabad, but that horrible Saxena didn't let her go. Professor Saxena, her guide? Yes, he said he had a deadline on a paper and needed her help. She couldn't leave. Didn't she protest? Knowing Sarah, she wouldn't have listened. Yes, she wanted to come anyway, but I stopped her. Her final thesis approval was 3 months away. They upset Saxena. This time, a waiter hovered over us, expecting us to order something else apart from tea. 1 egg burji and pavo, I said, and for you, Raghu. What do you having in veg? Something light, he said to the waiter. He settled for a vegetarian club sandwich, one of the most boring dishes ever. Were you in touch with Sarah from the hospital? All the time. What did she talk about? If you don't mind, usual stuff. She checked on my health. I told her I missed her. We spoke about our marriage function plans, our move to the Bay Area. Was all this done on chat? Some WhatsApp chats, some calls. Would you like to see my phone? He extended his iPhone towards me. No, I don't think that is right. Did she say anything about being in danger? No. Was she upset with someone? Only Saxena. I will tell you exactly what she said about him. He said and scrolled through his WhatsApp chats. I hate him. I just simply hate him. Raghu read from the phone and looked at me. Anything else? You see for yourself, he said, handing the phone to me. I hesitated for a second before I took it. I went through his chats with Sarah. I scrolled up to the day Raghu was attacked. He had sent a picture of his bleeding arm to Sarah. She had reacted in shock and had called him. I saw chats in which they discussed who could have done it, but could not figure it out. The subsequent day, the chats had a lot of how is my baby and baby misses you kind of stuff. He had sent a selfie of himself on a hospital bed. She had sent kisses and love back and a promise to be in Hyderabad as soon as possible. The next day, Sarah had sent Raghu a message calling proof Saxena and assault. Raghu had replied, "Don't piss him off. Just 12 weeks and you never have to see him again." On the night before Sarah's birthday, Raghu had sent a selfie with a message on his arm's cast. The pain of being away from you on your birthday is way more than any physical pain I feel. I wish I could be there with you, Sarah had replied. When you have been with someone you never imagine they can be intimate with someone else. I wished I didn't have to see this. I took a deep breath to remain calm. I scrolled down further. Raghu had sent a message at midnight sharp. It is midnight, not supposed to be up so late in the hospital. But happy birthday, baby. You are the love of my life. Wish I was with you. I love you. Thank you. I love you too so much, Sarah had replied. Raghu had replied with a hug and kiss emoji. A couple of hours later, Raghu had sent another message. Hey birthday baby, good morning. Half an hour later, he had sent another one. How is my birthday girl doing? Still sleeping? Called you twice. However, these last two messages did not have two blue ticks on Raghu's phone. Of course, they had remained unread. I returned his phone to him. I am sorry, I said. He nodded. I loved her so much. I didn't want to hear any more about Raghu and Sarah's romance. I decided to change the topic. Was there anyone Sarah truly hated or disliked apart from Saxena? I said. You know, Sarah, such a positive person, saw the best in everyone. That is why I was with her buddy. I wanted to tell him. Nobody, just Saxena. She hated him. I do too. Why? Because he didn't give her leave. No, much more than that. He intentionally delayed her thesis for over a year, and I think I can tell you now. He made a pass at her. What? A pass? He propositioned her to approve her thesis sooner. Dean Saxena? Seriously, I said. He is like 45 years old. 48. Actually, Sarah put up with him for years, stuck on because he controlled her final PhD thesis approval. I can't believe it. Professor Saxena taught us when we were in college. Remember? Such a workaholic. People have a different side to them when they have power over someone. It is shocking. Sarah never reported it. It is not easy. Taking on your PhD guide, throwing away years of work, giving up your career maybe. She sent me an email in frustration once. Email? Yeah. A year ago. Wait. He fumbled with his phone for a few seconds. Check your email, Raghu said. I read the email Sarah had written to Raghu. As I went through these contents, my mouth fell open. Sick. What a bastard, I said. I felt the same at the time, Raghu said. If Sarah's career wasn't at risk, I would have personally reported him. Anything else you would like me to know? I said. Yeah, you know about Sikandar, right? Sarah's stepbrother. Saw him at the funeral. Yes, he hangs out with shady people in Kashmir. Sarah was always telling him to take up a proper job. But shady people, she wouldn't tell me. You know how she was. You couldn't push her to tell you things, especially her family matters. Off limits is what she used to say. So, how do you know? I heard her scolded Sikandar on the phone a few times, sometimes about taking the right path. She would avoid talking or meeting him in front of me though. Fine, thanks, I said. Anything else? I shook my head. Raghu stood up to leave. You have my number. Please keep me updated if you can. I will try. Thanks. And let me know if you need anything, Raghu said. The waiter arrived with the bill and Raghu settled it with his black Centurion American Express card. Would you like anything else, sir? The waiter said to me after Raghu left. 3 large whiskies, neat, I said. I sat alone, drinking with only Sarah's memories for company. Chapter 12. 4 years ago. Milk cake, Sarah said. Ah, that is what Alvar is famous for. You have to try it. After a 3-hour drive, we had covered the 150-kilometer distance from Delhi to Alvar. Sarah sat next to me in the cab's back seat, looking out of the window with great interest. What is that? A big fort. She pointed ahead. That is my house. I said, really, I wish. I laughed. It is a Bala Killa or Alvar fort, built in the 15th century by the king at that time. It is beautiful. I hope you will show me around the city. We have not come here for tourism. If your in-laws are here, you can visit any time. In-laws? She gave a happy giggle. Keshav, I know I tease you about this. But what you are doing is too cute. What? Making this effort to make me a part of your family. You already are. But you remember what I told you about how to act with my parents? No. What? I said, exasperated. Kidding. I do remember. But I am also going to be myself. If they have to like me, they better like the real me, not someone I pretend to be. Sarah, come on. These are parents. Some drama we have to do. Oh, so I shouldn't wear my hot pants to sleep at night? Sarah, are you crazy? I was aghast. Haha, relax. Don't over-manage this. I am amazing with the parents. They will love me. Wait and see. Their son does too much. I moved close to her. Don't even try, she said, pointing to the driver. Sarah adjusted her blue and white dupatta as she read the nameplate outside my parents' bungalow. You informed your parents about my coming, right? Sarah said, sounding just a little bit nervous. Of course, I said, only partially truthful as I rang the bell. I had told my parents I was bringing a friend along for the weekend. However, only my mother knew it was a girl. Even to her, I hadn't mentioned Sarah's name. I didn't want her prejudiced even before meeting her. Nor had I told my mother we were dating. A friend of mine wants to see Alvar, is all I had said to her over the phone. My mother did express surprise over my friend being a girl. Yeah, she is doing her PhD at IIT. I had said, trying to sound as casual as possible. Indian parents find it easier to accept an intergender friendship when it is linked to academics. I know. My parents would love Sarah once they met her. I would then tell them about our decision to be together for life. Sorry, I was in the kitchen, my mother said as she opened the door. Namaste, auntie, said Sarah, putting her palms together delicately. The bangles on her wrists clinked and caught the light. She is so beautiful, my mother said. Sarah smiled demurely. Ma, this is Sarah, I said, but I don't think my mother heard me. Come inside, it is so hot, she was saying to Sarah. Lunch will be ready soon, my mother said, bustling away to the kitchen. leaving Sarah and me in the living room. Sarah sat on a sofa, her eyes scanning the walls filled with Rajasthani paintings and framed pictures. She saw a few photos of my father with political bigwigs. Is that the PM? She said. Yeah, he was a CM then, though. Wow, your father seems connected. Senior members of RSS, as senior as married men can go, frankly. Meaning, she said, surprised. Top position in the RSS are usually only given to bachelors. Wonder why? Maybe it is a way to choose the wise ones. If you are truly smart, you remain a bachelor. Sarah said and laughed. She walked up to the wall to take a closer look at the pictures. I imagined her in this house after we were married. We would sit in the lawns. She would chat with my mother and father. Maybe a baby or two would arrive on the scene. I wondered what to name them. How about a name from both sides, like Kabir? I liked Sarah. She looked too vulnerable in this large room, with her hands clasped behind her back like a little child, and I felt happy that she was here, finally in my home. You were a cute kid. She peered at a black and white photo of me playing in a park. Thank you. What happened later? Shut up, I said. She laughed again. Sorry, my mother said as she re-entered the living room. She dabbed at the sweat on her face with her sari pallu. Are you hungry? No, ma. Sit down and let me introduce you both properly, I said. Yes, beta, my mother said, looking at me fondly. She perched on the sofa, patting the seat next to her, and Sarah came and sat with her. Ma, this is Sarah, my friend from Delhi. Sarah, this is my mother. I am her only son. She is my only mother. Sarah folded her hands again and smiled. Sarah asked, my mother said, what is your full name? Sarah Lone, Auntie. Oh, my mother said and fell silent. Then she spoke in a rush to compensate for her discomfort. You are beautiful, beta. You are a model. Sarah's eyebrows went up a little even as she smiled. Ma, come on, I intervened. She got PhD admission at IIT straight after BTech. Very few people get that. Sorry, I meant it was a compliment, Sarah said. You have a beautiful home. I love all the pictures on the wall. Thank you. Beta, look how well mannered she is, Ma said to me. What? And I am not, I said. Boys don't know how to talk. I always wished I had a daughter, the mother said. She then turned to Sarah. Where are loans from? In India. People have to know where you come from. Only then they feel comfortable enough to talk to you. I am from Kashmir, Auntie. Srinagar, moved to Delhi more than 10 years ago. Kashmiri. Oh, Ma said. She stretched out the O as if I had brought a Martin home. It is in India only, Ma, I said, my tone sarcastic. I knew. See, boys don't know how to talk. She gave Sarah a conspirational look. Then to me, she said, have you shown your guest her room? She was referring to Sarah as your guest, not your friend, or even Sarah, not the best start. I will do it, I said. Good, Ma said and turned to Sarah. You want to see Alvar today or tomorrow? Whenever Keshav says we can go. Ma looked at me, surprised by the we. In we can go. Only a few places in Alvar to see. Anyway, let us eat lunch. Sarah, hope you don't mind. It is pure vegetarian. Not at all, Auntie. I love vegetarian food. I thought you people like non-vegetarian. When parents address your girlfriend as you people, it is definitely not a good sign. Rajasthan CM is visiting Alwar next week. I have invited him for a Stop at home, my father said. He removed his socks and placed them inside the shoes. He had come home at 8 in the evening. Sarah was in guest room, taking a shower before dinner. My mother was doing an evening arati in the puja room. I felt she was singing her bhajans very loudly today, perhaps to re-emphasize her identity to Sarah. This passive-aggressive stealth communication mothers do with their sons' girlfriends is a refined and deadly art form. My father and I sat in the living room. I hoped he would ask me something about my guest. However, he had only one thing on his mind. Can you stay back next week? It is a CM. Will be good for you to meet him. No. I have work in Delhi, Papa. I said, what work? It is not like you have a real job. I wanted to tell him I had a boss 10 times worse than those found at real jobs. I have classes, Papa. Students will be waiting. The CM of Rajasthan visits your home. You want to do tuitions? It is what I do. Are you going to apply for a proper job in companies? Yes, Papa, I took what I could get for now. If only you had done better in college. It is hard to explain to friends why my son couldn't get a proper placement after IIT. I trained my gaze down. We had discussed this a dozen times before. We have our aggression G. He is Prant Prajarak in Rajasthan. He owns a marble factory. He will give you a job if I ask him. I don't want to work in some family-owned marble factory in Rajasthan, Papa. Why? At least my will be a real engineer, better than giving tuitions. It should be a multinational, at least a top Indian company. Otherwise, what is the difference? He shook his head in disappointment. He stood up and began to twist his upper body side to side to crack his spine. I said, let me know the exact time the CM is coming. I will come down for a few hours if I can. Oh, you are bigger than CM now. You will come down once you know the CM's exact time. Papa sat back on the sofa. I just meant instead of staying the whole week. Sarah opened the door of her room. My father heard the sound. Someone is upstairs, he said. Yeah, Papa, I told you I am coming this weekend with a friend. Did you? Staying here? Yeah, just for the weekend. Wanted to see Alvar. Sarah came out of her room and took the step down to the living room. She wore a simple lemon yellow salwar kameez with her damp hair and bare face. She looked more beautiful than ever. When my father saw her, his jaw dropped. He whispered to me, this is your friend? Yeah, he is doing PhD in IIT. But before Papa could say more, Sarah had reached us. Namaste, uncle, Sarah said. Papa stood up, more in shock than out of respect. My father folded his hands. No words came out of his mouth. Why do so many Indian men get tongue-tied in front of women? Sarah had listened to me. She wore a full-sleeved kameez which covered her wrists and most of her neck. I had given her strict instruction not to show any skin. She said, I made my parents sound like the Taliban. She didn't get it. Parents need one measly reason to hate their child's choice. Strike one. Doesn't dress conservatively enough. Game over. Papa, this is Sarah. Sarah, my father, I said. My father gave the briefest nod. He sat back down. The three of us sat in the living room, which had become now silent. The clock's ticking sounded like a hammer being struck on the wall. My father, who had been lecturing me in full flow a few seconds ago, had zero words to say right now. Sarah is doing her PhD at IIT Delhi, I said, in big data networking, computer science. My father nodded and smiled, but his vocal cord remained on strike. Sarah initiated some conversation. You are a lawyer, uncle? My father gave an unhelpful grunt in response. You have your own practice? Sarah said. Used to. Now full-time? Sunk. My father said. Wow, finally the man had spoken. Sunk, Sarah said. RSS. You know RSS? Yes. Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh. Where are you from? My father said. The must ask a question from all Indian elders. Maybe parents should just insist on address proof or a copy of the Aadhaar card when they meet their child's friend from the first time. I live in Delhi, but Kashmiri originally. Oh, my father said. What is your full name? My father feels it is totally normal to have a conversation that sounds like a cross-examination. Sarah Lone, uncle, she said. My father absorbed her last name with the help of a long, deep breath. Yes, she is a Muslim, papa. Relax. They don't bite. I wanted to say. I have to talk to his mother, my father said, and stood up. He went to the puja room. The bhajan stopped. I heard incomprehensible voices that suggested a serious discussion. Everything okay? Sarah said to me. Yeah, why? I smiled extra bright. Nice salwar kameez, by the way. I sat at the dining table having tea with my parents the next evening. Sarah was out on her own, shopping in the street market in Alwar. Your father wants to know why you have brought this girl home, my mother said. I turned to my father. I wanted to know why he had to root what he wanted to know from me through my mother. Papa, she wanted to see Alwar, and I thought she will get to meet you too. Why do we have to meet her? My father said. It is nothing, right? My mother said. I told your father. She is just a friend who wanted to see Alwar. You offered your home as it is safer. So many crime against women these days. Yeah, but what? My father said. She is a good friend, papa. Good friend? Who has girls as good friends? My father said. Normal people. I wanted to answer but didn't. You bring a Kashmiri Muslim girl home and we can't even ask questions. Why are you getting angry? My mother tried to specify her husband. IIT has students from anywhere. She seems like a decent girl. She will see Alwar and leave. Why are you getting worked up? Raj Purohit ji, your son brings a Muslim girl home and you are not concerned. My father said. I couldn't tell exactly what my crime was, that I had brought a girl home or a Muslim home. Why be both? Why beta? Is there anything to worry? My mother said in her most soothing voice. Worry? Sarah and I together counted as a worry, I guess. Ma, didn't you say she was beautiful? I said. Yeah, so. My mother said. My father gave her a dirty look. How dare she call a non-Hindu beautiful? She is intelligent too. She is doing a PhD from IIT on big data networking, cutting edge stuff. Big data what? Like data package, my mother said, genuinely confused. I need not have mentioned Sarah's thesis topic. I guess she is passionate about social causes. She is not materialistic. Wants to do something for Kashmir once she finished her studies. She is respectful. I said before my mother interrupted me. That is good, but why are you telling us all this? Both my parents were by now staring at me with horror. I took a deep breath. I like her, ma. I said. What? My mother said, as if I had admitted to necrophilia or something. I like Sarah. She likes me too. We want to be together. See, my father screamed. He stood up from the dining table. I am your father, not an idiot. I could sense it the moment I saw her. Together? You want to marry That Muslim girl, my mother said, finding her voice again. I want to be with Sarama, who happened to be a Muslim, and 5 feet 3 inches tall, and fair like Snow White in the fairy tale. How do all these stupid, superficial attributes matter? Being Muslim doesn't matter, my mother said, her eyes and mouth making 3 round O's on her face. My father retorted with the same clinched line millions of Indian husbands used to palm off responsibility. Go love your son some more. First he graduates last in class, then he can't get a job, and now he wants a Muslim girl. Tell me this is not because you have spoiled him. My mother reached me in a flash and whacked the back of my head. She hadn't done this to me in 15 years. Oh, I rubbed the back of my head. A Rajput mother's whack can really hurt. Have you lost your mind? You want to marry a Muslim girl? He said, as if I had just requested for some money to start an online cocaine shop. Kashmiri Muslim, my father added, to rub it in that Sarah was somehow worse than just a plain vanilla Muslim. Papa, she is an educated girl from a good family in Delhi. It is people like her who throw Hindus out of Kashmir, my father said. What? Sarah had a blog to promote peace and unity in Kashmir, I said. What are you even talking about, Papa? Blue, what? My father said. Blog. She writes on the internet about Kashmir and the need for peace there. Talk to her and listen to her views. I am not speaking to these Kashmiri Muslims about Kashmir. Just tell me when she is leaving our house, my father said. He walked up to the sofa and sat down in a huff. He sulked as he switched on the TV. A news channel came on. To make things worse, the prime time debate was about stone pelters attacking the Indian army in Kashmir. Look at them. Ungrateful people. Our army keeps them safe. They throw stones at our Jawan and shield terrorists. I stormed across and stood in front of TV. I didn't know the Kashmir issue too well, but I am sure it is not as simple as people just being ungrateful, I said. You refuse to see sense. Papa, Sarah and I love each other. This is not about some stupid politics. Love, my mother screamed from across the hall. Your papa is right. You should get your brain checked. Move away from the TV, my father said in a gruff tone. No, Papa. Talk to me. Tell me what is wrong with Sarah apart from her religion. I don't want to talk about this. Please send her back. If Sarah was a Rajasthani Rajput, you would be fine. No. Don't talk back to your father or I will give you one more slap, my mother hissed. I turned to plead with my mother. Ma, please look beyond her religion. How will anyone in our country look beyond it? Tell me honestly, at the wedding, what will people be talking about? That is gossip. At the wedding ceremony, my father made a chit sound. It is not just that, my mother said. The problem is you do not care about your father, and that is what hurts him. Maybe I just imagined it, but I heard a sniffle from my father when parents decided to do a full frontal emotional assault. Nothing is off limits. Crying dads and slapping moms are a routine part of how Indian kids are hammered into shape and manipulated to give up on things they really want. How is this about Papa? I said. He is in RSS. My mother said. Already his rise is limited because he is married, but they are still considered him for a more senior position. So I said, confused. Now you will bring home this Muslim girl. What will people say? Who is it connected? Isn't RSS just a social organization to promote Indian nationalism? That is what they say all the time. See, I told you, he doesn't care. My father said he will marry a terrorist. I tell you, terrorist, I shouted. She is an IIT student. Shut up, my mother said. Enough is enough. I got fooled. You asked her to leave tonight itself. Tonight? I said. Yes, my mother said. It is not even safe to drive back to Delhi at night. I said. Your father can arrange an RSS worker to accompany her. Can you? Raj Purohitji, my father nodded. And you stay away from her. But Ma, or stay away from us. My father said. Ma, this is not fair. I turned to my mother. I will burn myself if you marry her. My mother said. Call a worker. Rajputji. The doorbell interrupted our conversation. My father stood up and opened the door. Milk, cake. Anyone? Sarah's cheerful voice filled the room. One more hour, I said, checking Google Map on my phone. And you should be in Himadri. Sugedu, one of RSS worker in Alwar, was driving us in his Honda City to Delhi that night. Rajpal, an adolescent volunteer, sat in front with Sugedu. Sarah and I were in back. What is this sudden job interview that came up? Said Sarah, slightly breathless from all the hurry. It is OLX. You know, the second-hand goods website, I said, making things up as I spoke. I had just seen an OLX ad banner a few kilometers back. What is the job? Coding. What else? Oh, and they wanted to interview you on a Sunday? Yeah, tomorrow morning. Their CEO is in town or something. Bhaiya, I brought a second-hand mobile phone on OLX. Rajpal piped up. Works pretty good. Okay, so these morons in front were listening to our every word. Which brand? Sugedu said. Redmi. Rajpal said. Keshav, Bhaiya, if you get a job at OLX, tell us about the best deals first. Sure, I said. Sunday, the CEO is meeting you, Sarah said, for a coder job. I don't know, Sarah. Why are you interrogating me? It is just a bit strange. This was my weekend to meet your parents as your girlfriend. You did meet them. Weren't you going to talk about us? Can we discuss this later? I pointed to the people in front. She ignored my signal. Did they not like me? Are you mad? Didn't you hear my mother? She called you beautiful. Don't necessarily mean likable. They like you. Of course, they like you. You want to stop for dinner at the border? Dabbas. Sugedu, Bhaiya, let us make a quick stop. You are acting weird, Sarah said as we talked to a jute charpoi in the dabba. We had stopped at Rangin Dabba, one of the last open-air eating place before the urban chavos of Delhi took over. Sugedu and Rajpal went to use the toilet, allowing us a moment of privacy. Sarah, I was thinking, why don't we go through your parents first? But I thought we decided to start with your folks. Yeah, but we could do it the other way too, I said, and flipped over the laminated menu. You want to try gobi parathas? Did you chicken out? She said in a lowered tone. I am not chickening out. Okay, I said, my voice loud. Yeah, Bhaiya, don't eat chicken here. Not safe. Rajpal had returned from the washroom.